Chapter 9. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 3. Regular smallpox during the years 1667, 1668, and part of 1669, LL. In those years when smallpox appears as an epidemic, and when it is mild and regular, it sets like the disease I am now speaking of, as late as the month of March. In those years when, besides being epidemic, it is dangerous and irregular, it sets in as early as the month of January. It attacks whole families with its contagion, sparing no one, whatsoever may be his age, unless he has before been ill of it. Nor do they escape who have only had a spurious form of the disease. There are two sorts of the epidemic as well as of the sporadic smallpox, viz., the distinct and the confluent. Between these two forms, there one's not what we call an essential difference. Still, as several marked symptoms accompany the one without appearing in the other, they are easily distinguished from one another. 2. Distinct or discrete smallpox sets M with rigors and shivers. To these an intense heat succeeds, accompanied with severe pain in the head and back, inclination to vomit, great tendency to sweats, sense of pain upon pressure in the pit of the stomach, stupor and drowsiness, especially with infants, and occasionally epileptic fits. When these seize infants who have just done teething, I always suspect that smallpox is on the road, and generally its eruption verifies and confirms my prophecy by breaking out within a very few hours. So closely that if an infant, as is generally the case, has a fit of convulsions in the evening of one day, smallpox will have shown itself by the morning of the next. I have also noticed that the smallpox which attacks infants immediately after fits of this sort presents full-sized pustules which are rarely confluent, the disease being mild and of a good sort. The tendency, however, to perspiration I have never observed in infants, either before the eruption or after. It seems limited to adults. Such are, for the most part, the symptoms by which smallpox is accompanied at its commencement, and which generally precede the eruption of pustules. The present, however, may be a proper place for suggesting that where the blood is of a lax tissue, and liable to the influences that change it, the period of separation may be got over gradually and imperceptibly, without any notable disorder, during the time that precedes the eruption of pustules. Counting the first as one discrete smallpox generally shows its pustules on the 4th day of its invasion, sometimes rather later, rarely sooner. At this time, the symptoms are either greatly diminished, and this is generally the case, or wholly vanish. The disease then appears to go on well, except in the case of adults preternaturally disposed to die of it. This goes on even when the coverings are of the HHEAS sort, and the tendency remains until the pustules approach their maturation. They then depart of themselves. Asto the eruption, it comes out thus: pustules of a pale red color, the size of the finest pins' heads, present themselves promiscuously over the body, first on the face and neck and breast, afterwards over the whole. At the same time there is a distressing pain about the jaws. This increases as the pustules rise. These grow greater every day, rise more and more ahead, and extend a redness and inflammation over the skin and the neighboring tissues. 4. About the 8th day from the first accession, and in this disease we must always keep a reckoning, the spaces between the pustules, which were at first pale, begin to grow red in proportion to the number of pustules that stand about them. They also swell, and the swelling is attended with tension and lancination of the parts around. This increases every hour, and occasions the inflammation and swelling mentioned above. As the disease advances, the eyelids become so stretched and swollen that the patient is unable to see, the eyelids themselves being no bad representations of an inflated and translucent bladder drawn across the eyes. Occasionally, so great a mass of pustules may have spread itself during the beginning of the eruption over the eyes as to blind the patient. Next to the face, the hands begin to swell, and the fingers are puffed out in proportion to the amount of the pustules. Up to this time, the pustules on the face have been smooth and have felt level when you touch them with the hand. They now become elevated, and this is the earliest sign of their incipient maturation. They also become paler. Gradually, they give out a yellow juice of the color of honey. Meanwhile, the inflammation of the face and hands has reached its height, and it exhibits in the interspaces of the pustules a florid color, like that of the damask rose. In truth, the more regular and the more genuine the disease is, the more do the pustules and the interspaces accurately exhibit the color I have just illustrated. Just, however, as the pustules on the face become day by day rougher and yellower in proportion to the stage of their maturation, so on the other hand, do the hands and the rest of the body become day by day less rough and more pale. 9. On the 11th day, the swelling of the face and the inflammation evidently go down, and the pustules both of the face and the rest of the body attain both their full ripeness and proper size. This latter being for the years in question that of a large pea. They then dry up and fall off. In smallpox of this kind, they have generally disappeared by the 14th or 15th day. The pustules, however, of the hands and of the other parts that generally retain them longer, still remain fresh and white and outlast the others by a day or two. The pustules of the face and the rest of the body, except the hands, desquamate. Those of the hands break and run off. The pustules of the face are succeeded by branny scales, and these again are often succeeded by pits or depressions of the skin. When the pustule first comes off, no inequality can be seen in the skin. Afterwards, however, when scales of the sort in question rise up and get given off in succession, depressions are excavated, and these are the marks which we see on the faces of convalescents long after their recovery. Now, it was very rarely the case that the distinct smallpox leaves its mark. When it does, the disease has generally occurred during the latter half of the year. Smallpox within the first 6 months, unless, as will be stated in $10, it has been confluent, never makes pits. During all the stages of the disease, the patient is either quite costive or passes but few motions. Thus much concerning the distinct smallpox. 6. That species of smallpox which we call confluent has its symptoms common with those of the species we call discrete, except that they are all more violent. The fever, the anxiety, the depression, the disposition to vomit are all more distressing, so much so that by intensity of these alone, the sagacious physician can prognosticate before the appearance of the eruption that the disease will be confluent. Nevertheless, the patient is not so ready to fall into a sweat as in the distinct form. When this disposition is excessive, it serves as a sign to show that the forthcoming pustules will be anything rather than confluent. In confluent smallpox, diarrhea both precedes the eruption by a day or two and continues for a day or two after its appearance. This is what I have never yet observed in the discrete form. The confluent smallpox generally breaks out on the 3rd day, sometimes before, hardly ever after, whereas the distinct form either appears on the 4th day, inclusive from the first accession of the disease, or after, rarely before. The more the eruption shows itself before the 4th day, the more sure it is to become confluent. Nevertheless, however much, it may be the case that, generally speaking, confluent smallpox rarely waits for the 4th day before it shows itself. It sometimes happens, although very rarely indeed, that owing to the effect of some formidable symptom, the pustules are kept back to the 4th or even the 5th day. Illustrative of the character of these symptoms, I may mention acute pain, either in the lumbar region and hyponephritic paroxysm, or else in the side, and like the pains of pleurisy, or it may come in the limbs like rheumatism, or it may settle in the stomach, in which case the patient is harassed and afflicted with great distress and violent vomiting up to the time of the breaking out. In cases like these, rare as they may be, I have noticed that the eruption comes later than usual, being coerced and hindered by the violence of the aforesaid symptoms. When such like symptoms usher in the disease, I am quite satisfied that it will be confluent, and that danger will attend it. 8. In the next place, I must inform you that although, as aforesaid, in the discrete smallpox, the symptoms that ushered in the disease give no trouble after the eruption has once appeared, the case is very different in respect to the confluent form. Herein both the fever and the other symptoms afflict the patient for many days after the eruption of the pustules. 9. The aforesaid smallpox breaks out sometimes after the fashion of erysipelas, sometimes like measles. From these, they are difficult to be distinguished even by the practiced physician, provided that he goes by the external appearance only. However, by carefully considering the difference between the dates of the eruptions and the other marked points of distinction which the respective histories of the diseases present, we may easily discriminate. As the disease goes on, the pustules, and more especially those that envelope the face, are not, as in the discrete kind, elevated to any appreciable size. They press upon one another. They look at first like a red bladder covering the whole face. They also swell up the face earlier than discrete ones. Lastly, they glue themselves to the face gel, white skin, without rising much above the surface. After the 8th day, the white skin becomes every day gradually more uneven. At least so it seems if we feel it with the finger. Moreover, it turns brown, not yellow in the discrete species. Day by day, this unevenness increases. Day by day, the color of the skin becomes darker. Finally, the aforesaid skin peels off in broad lemons. In parts of the face, when the disease has been severe, this will not take place before the 20th day. In proportion to the severity of the disease, the ripening pustules put on a dusky hue. In proportion also to the severity of the disease, they are, if left to themselves, slow in going away. On the other hand, the less they are confluent, the quicker they go off and the yellower they look. The skin, when it first falls off, leaves no roughness behind. It has been one universal scab. However, it is soon followed by a branny scurf of a very corrosive character. And this not only digs deeper pits than is done by the discrete pustules, but also deforms the face with hideous scars. In the confluent smallpox, provided that the case has been exceedingly severe, the skin of the back and shoulders is sometimes taken off to the exposure of parts beneath. 11. We must bear in mind that this disease is to be held dangerous, not in proportion to the thickness of the pustules on the trunk and extremities, but according to the number that show themselves on the face. If upon the face they lie as thick as sand, it is no advantage to have them few and far between on the rest of the body. The danger is as great as if every limb was beset with them. On the other hand, the trunk and extremities may be crowded with them to excess. If the face, however, be comparatively free, all is safe. Now, what applies to the number of the pustules applies also to their character. It is the face that determines whether it be good or bad. 12. In confluent smallpox, I have ever observed that on the hands and feet the pustules were larger than on the rest of the body, and that in proportion as they ascended from the extremities to the trunk, they grew less and less, as well as more contracted. Thus much concerning the pustules. 18. There are two other symptoms which occur with confluent smallpox, and which are of equal importance with either the pustules themselves or the swelling that goes along with them. Indeed, they are as important as any symptom whatsoever. These are salivation with adults, 2. Diarrhea with infants. The first of these ones so regular and attendant that I only know one patient who had the CO fluent smallpox without it. The second, or the diarrhea, is less uniform and does not so certainly attack infants laboring under the species of disease in question. Now, whether the providence of nature has substituted these evacuations because the pustules of confluent smallpox, being undersized and depressed, are less able to eradicate and expel the morbified matter than the well-developed and acuminate pustules of the distinct species, I cannot take upon myself to decide. I am writing histories, not solving problems. But this I know for certain, they generally accompany confluent smallpox. And besides this, the clearance they effect is just as necessary as either the eruption of the pustules or the swelling of the hands and face. 14. The aforesaid salivation sometimes shows itself on the first day of the eruption, sometimes on the second, occasionally on the third. The spit is at first thin and is easily brought away. The patient will dirty many handkerchiefs during a single night, except that it one's less offensive to the smell. The petilism is the petilism of mercury. But about the 11th day, the saliva becomes more viscid and is spit away with greater difficulty. The patient becomes thirsty. He coughs during his drink, whilst the liquid returns to the nostrils. From this day, the salivation generally ceases. Occasionally, however, although rarely, after having ceased for a day or two, and that completely it returns to set in afresh. On the 11th day, however, the salivation and the swelling of the face alike begin to abate. And from that time forwards, the hands either begin to swell or ought to do so. 15. Diarrhea does not begin with infants so early in the disease as salivation does with adults. At whatsoever time, however, it sets in, it will continue throughout its stages unless checked by medicine. 16. In both forms of smallpox, the fever most prevails between the time of the first accession and the eruption. When this last has taken place, it generally abates until the ripening of the pustules and the period for the formation of pus. When this one's over, it ceases altogether. 17. I have invariably noticed that in the severer cases of smallpox, the patient has, as on netware, a fit in the evening, and that at that time the more serious symptoms show themselves in an aggravated form. 18. This is the true history of this kind of smallpox, and it embraces the real and genuine phenomena of the disease as they appear in nature. I will now discuss the accidents and irregular symptoms that supervene upon improper treatment. 19. It must be remembered that those irregular symptoms which occur in distinct smallpox on the 8th and in confluent smallpox on the 11th day, reckoning always from the first accession of the disease, are of paramount importance in the way of life or death, and that it is these which must most accurately be considered. It is an undoubted fact that the greater part of such as die of either of T.H. diseases die upon one of these 2 days. 20. In the first place, in a case of discrete smallpox, the patient thinks that because he sweats freely, as, according to a previous statement, adults generally do sweat, all is going well. He believes that the virus of the disease is passing off through the pores of the skin. He keeps up this same sweat by taking cordials inwardly, and by heating diet. He does this all the more readily because he seems at first to mend upon it, and because it tallies with the unfounded judgments of his friends. Now that which is eliminated by this diaphoresis is, in reality, the particles which should supply the elevation of the pustules and the swelling of the face. So that, on the 8th day, the face, which ought properly to begin to swell, and to 9 become inflamed, in the pustular interspaces becomes flaccid, whilst the interspaces become pale. Meanwhile, the pustules themselves may keep their color and elevation, but this they may do when the patient is dead. Moreover, the sweat, which up to this time had flowed freely, now suddenly and spontaneously checks itself, the warmest cordials being unable to bring it back. In the meanwhile, the patient becomes delirious, anxious, restless, distressed. He passes his urine frequently and in small quantities. Within a few hours, he disappoints the hopes of his friends and expires. Here, however, I may remark that, provided that the pustules be few in number, that the season be the winter season, that the patient be advanced in years, or that the lancet has been used, a hot regimen, which has just been alluded to, is not so certainly mischievous, does not so certainly prevent the swelling of the face, and is not so sure a precursor of death, as it is when the disease is confluent, when the season is that of spring or summer, when the patient is in the prime of life, or when blood has not been drawn. 21. In confluent smallpox, the patients run the most risk, and most generally die on the 11th day. This is the day whereon the salivation, which has hitherto been a safeguard to the patient, generally ceases of itself, so that, unless either the swelling of the face, which is still kept on slightly, and that of the hands, which should now begin notably, supply its place, the patient must necessarily die. For we must ever remember that, in this form of smallpox, where the pustules are undersized, not only is the salivation required for the due elimination of the morbific matter, but the swelling of the face as well, so that if either of these be wholly absent or disappear before its time, death must ensue forthwith. Now it too often happens in a disease of so hot a nature as the present, that the crasis of the blood may be impaired and undone by too hot a regimen, and that may be so heightened as to be incompetent to the gradual expulsion of the inflamed particles. When this happens, to say nothing concerning the mischief that arises from forced sweats, one of 2 things occurs. Either the face and hands do not swell at all, or the swelling disappears with the salivation. That and the same day when the salivation ceases, the swelling of the face should slightly abate is quite true. But it ought by no means to disappear altogether until a day or two afterwards, and even then the hands must keep on swelling as before. Then there is no surer sign of convalescence. Then the contrary, there is no surer sign of death. Be this, however, as it may, the sputa, which up to this day have been crude, thin, and easily got rid of, become now viscid and tenacious, and threaten the patient with suffocation. Whatever he drinks generally goes down into his lungs, whence it is rejected through the nostrils with a violent coughing. His voice becomes hoarse. He lies oppressed with a heavy drowsiness and stupor. The weight of the disease wholly overwhelms him. In an agony of this kind, he generally dies on the above-named day 23. There are also other symptoms which may occur during any stage of the disease, and are common to the distinct and confluent varieties. Brain fever, for instance, may originate from the excessive ebullition of the blood. The patient will then become so impatient of heat that he will strive with all his force and with furious struggles to disengage himself from the hands of those friends who confine him to his place in bed. Occasionally a different effect arises from the same cause, viz. Comatose stupor. The patient will never keep awake unless roused by repeated shakings. 24. Sometimes in this disease, as in plague, the tissue of the blood being broken down by the force of the inflammation, crimson spots show themselves amongst the pustules, the almost invariable forerunners of death. This happens oftenest when the atmospheric constitution is preeminently favorable to the epidemic development of that disease. Sometimes little black specks, scarcely so large as a small pin's head and sunken on the center, show themselves in different places on the tops of the pustules. These originate in too great heat. An improved regimen changes them to dusk. Afterwards, they gradually take the pale yellow hue, which is natural to genuine and regular smallpox. That this is the true color may be clearly seen in the practice for the disease. Every symptom becomes more favorable in proportion as the right pustules approach it, and vice versa. 25. With youths and with men in the prime of life, especially if they have filled themselves with wine or spirituous liquors. The blood sometimes rages to such a height as to force its way through the arteries and through the bladder in the whole catalogue of evils incident to this disease. You will find no more ill-favored and ill-omened symptom than this same hematuria. 26. From a similar cause, although more rarely, blood is ejected from the lungs. Each, however, of these hemorrhages occurs, for the most part, during the beginning of the complaint and before the eruption of pustules, or at any rate whilst they lie, for the greater part of the body huddled close under the skin, however much they may have shown themselves in a few places. Such pustules are of the sort that when they ripen become preeminently confluent, unless indeed the symptom we have just spoken of prevent their development by killing the patient. 27. Sometimes, to crown all, there is a total suppression of urine. This is commonest with youths, and that at the height or even during the decline of the distinct species. 28. There are, besides these, other symptoms which originate in causes different from any hitherto mentioned. The patient may have taken harm from having been improperly exposed to cold, or he may have been bled haphazard and to a great extent, or the bowels may have been overpurged. From all, or from any of these causes, the pustules may suddenly flatten and sink in, or diarrhea may supervene. There is great danger from this, as stated in $183. Whenever the patient is an adult, inasmuch as the variolous matter is turned inwards in nature, becomes wholly unable to eliminate it, as she ought to do through the pores of the skin. To this we may add that the swelling of the hands and face is put back, a point which is to be counted amongst the good chances of the patient, as truly as the eruption itself, unless indeed the pustules have been wonderfully few. 29. The mischief, however, that arises from the taking of cold is a very rare occurrence compared with the evils which arise from the contrary treatment, or from too heating a regimen. The disease itself is so properly classed amongst the hottest of the hot, that errors on the side of coolness are far rarer than their opposites. 30. As to what may be the essence of smallpox, I am, for my own part, free to confess that I am wholly ignorant, this intellectual deficiency being the misfortune of human nature and common to myself and the world at large. Nevertheless, when I carefully weigh the evidence derived from the above-named symptoms, it suggests to me the idea of inflammation, of an inflammation specifically different from all others, of an inflammation both of the blood and humor. In clearing herself of this, nature is at work during the first 2 or 3 days, striving at the digestion and concoction of the inflamed particles, with the intention of afterwards discharging them upon the surface of the body, for the sake of maturation and finally of expelling them from her boundaries, under the form of attal abscesses. We must then, if we wish to make our method as medendi the superstructure to a foundation in principles, recognize 2 periods in this disease. Less the period of separation, 2d the period of expulsion, 91. The first of these 2 periods is generally passed in a febrile ebullition, which usually is completed within the first 3 or 4 days. During this stage, nature is employed upon picking out and gathering together Tehot's inflamed elements which fret the blood, in making them over to the fleshy parts of the body, and in depositing them therein. This being accomplished, she returns to her former repose, having allayed the tumult which was excited, during her operations, in the blood. When the ebullition has thus brought about the separation, the process of expulsion begins, and this continues during the remainder of the disease, by means of the little abscesses in the solid parts. These, inasmuch as they agree with a true abscescent character, pass through all the stages, viz., those of crudity, maturation, and excrescence. If all this is done properly, matters are safe. Upon its being done properly, however, all the chance of cure depends. Everything goes wrong when this is faulty. Now, this last named process, or that of expulsion, takes up more time than the other. It has to do its work in a thicker and denser medium, and on one more remote from the fountain of life, whereas the separation takes place in a subtile and fluid body, and in the very focus of nature. 32. With these premises, 2 indications of treatment present themselves. 1. The ebullition of the blood must be kept to a regular rate, so that it neither hurry over the work of separation too quickly and too violently, nor yet check it by any torpidity of movement. Still less must it work it out insufficiently. 2. The little abscesses or pustules must be carefully kept up, so that they may go through their proper stages, void the matter that they contain, and finally themselves disappear. We must take a special care lest the ebullition rise too high. This it may do under the weight of blankets, under the overheated state of the air in the apartment of the patient, or under the use of heating medicines and cordials. All these must more particularly be guarded against when the patient is in the prime of life, when he has raised the natural heat of his blood by generous liquors, and lastly, when the season of the year is early, i.e., spring or the beginning of summer. The effect ones as follows: the separation, which ought to take its time and be performed gradually, and which ought to go forward to a general desquamation, is urged on headlong, so that the particles are not gathered together in a sufficient number. Or else, on the other hand, it may happen that other particles, which nature, had she not been forced beyond her limits, and constrained to do violence to herself, never meant to part with, be condemned to expulsion. Now, when there is a separation of particles where separation is out of place, the admixture does mischief, since other particles, whose movement is really in that direction, are thereby obstructed, and this makes them all the more unfit for expulsion. 94. To me, it has ever seemed most reasonable that, provided the ebullition do not altogether fall asleep, nature should be supposed to effect a certain and universal separation, just in proportion as she allows herself time for the transaction, that the chances of successful treatment especially and necessarily depend upon a separation of this leisurely sort, and that the contrary method gives us a contrary prognosis. From an over-hot regimen, good never came any more than from over-hasty fruit any profit. On the contrary, it often happens that the patient runs headlong into a brain fever, or, that worse still, violent sweats arise. Such sweats eliminate particles that are unfit for secretion, and which have none of the characters of true pus being the proper product of this secretion. Finally, from the use of your vaunted cordials and from your hot treatment, the pustules may be crowded together and rendered confluent. Here we have a sad sight, if not the signs of an inauspicious upshot. 35. Such and such like mischief comes of such and such like blunders. With the other method I have seen nothing of the sort. Nature, left to herself, does her own work at her own rate, both secreting and expelling the morbific matter in due course and time, acting best when she acts on her own resources, being best supplied when she relies on her own ways and means, best instructed when she trusts to own mother wit, wholly independent of all our arts, all our aids, and all our contrivances. This power of nature tells most in young patients and vigorous constitutions. Have never yet either seen myself or heard from others of a single case where the patient died because the pustules did not come out at fist, although too many have done so after they had come out laudably and auspiciously. They afterwards, however, sunk down and struck in before their time. 96. Just as it is rash and perilous to raise the ebullition of the blood to too great a height by the means of cordials and a hot regimen, so on the other hand, there is no little danger in checking it by means of venesection, clysters, emeties, cathartics, and C. By all such means as these, the proper secretion of the separable particles is impeded. Upon this question, the vulgar and commonplace argument against bleeding and other evacuations has no bearing. The statement that it is improper to transfer the humors from the circumference to the center in a disease like the smallpox, where nature is transferring them from the center to the circumference, is met by the fact that experience teaches us to the contrary, inasmuch as it has frequently been observed that a sudden evolution of the eruption has been consequent upon evacuations. The true reasons are of another sort. These teach us that where we can avoid it, we must keep our hands clean of such practice. To deal briefly with some of the chief of these reasons, I may remark that the evacuations in question not only lower the character of the ebullition by the means whereof the particles that are intended for destumation are carefully separated from the rest, but also withdraw the very food and fuel which were constantly to have been supplied to the secretion. Hence it has happened that pustules have begun with breaking out in a laudable manner, perhaps all the better for a previous evacuation, and have ended with sinking down and striking one, and that after a brief appearance and with sudden rapidity. The reason has been that the matter which should supply the place of what had been got rid of, and which should close, as it were, the procession of the morbid particles, has not been forthcoming. Nevertheless, in spite of all these objections, if at any time we have the slightest reason to imagine that the smallpox, of which we await the eruption, will be of the confluent kind, we shall find it proper not only to bleed without loss of time, but also to prescribe an emetic. Reasons for this will be given at length hereafter. 97. To proceed to the second indication, viz., the time of the expulsion. As soon as the separate matter of the little abscesses or pustules is to be discharged and expelled through their medium, we must do our best to support them properly, so that they may attain their appointed period duly and in order. 38. It has been shown above that it was particularly dangerous for the patient to be overheated during the period of secretion, whilst the fever is going on, and before the appearance of the pustules. It is no less dangerous for it to happen during any other stage of the complaint. More especially, however, one's it mischievous at the approach of the expulsive epoch, whilst the pustules are yet crude, however much the blood. After finishing the business of separation, and after the discharge of the morbific matter upon the fleshy parts may have rid itself of its intestine commotions, it is still young and delicate, has still to be supplied with a new status and texture, is highly susceptible of all influences, and, above all, is easily affected by any immoderate heat from any quarter, so much so that under the slightest encouragement it takes fire and is ready for a fresh ebullition. Now, this secondary ebullition is not like its predecessor. The separation is over and done with, so that the ebullition has nothing to do with the separation. In place thereof, it causes the above-named symptoms, adding to this an interruption to the expulsive function of the pustules. It does mischief by disturbing the matter that they contain. Hence one of two things happens. Either the parts already secreted and deposited on the surface of the body are torn away from thence by the vehement and rapid ebullition of the blood, and taken up afresh into its volume, or else the fleshy parts, heated beyond the proper suppurative temperature, do their work imperfectly. Lastly, a new disorder sets in the shape of a perversion of the whole economy of the blood and of the tone of the solid part. These become unable to cope with the secreted matter and to concoct it by the normal process of abscesses 39. In the meanwhile, we must not be so intent upon ensuring against an overheated state of the blood as to expose our patient to any injury from cold, and by so doing arrest the eruption of the pustules. The natural degree of heat is that which is best fitted for the development of such pustules. It is this, too, which best suits the temperature of the solid parts. Excess and deficiency are equally dangerous. 40. From what has been said, it is clear that the disease and practice are equally uncertain. Hereupon, I venture to assert that the physician who has much to do with smallpox runs many risks with his reputation. The vulgar are ever in the habit of ascribing deaths to the officiousness of the attendant, whilst physicians themselves catch greedily at opportunities for slander. They make out their case before incompetent judges and procure most uncharitable verdicts. They act thus in order that they may build up a name for themselves upon the ruined reputations of others, a proceeding disgraceful to even honest artisans, doubly disgraceful to scholars. The aforesaid difficulties explain why overactive and officious nurses so often cause failures. It is a hard problem, and above the capacity of females, to determine the precise degree of the requisite heat, especially when other things have also to be considered, e.g., that of the patient, his manner of life, the season of the year, and c. These are points for the sagacious and prudent physician, 4OL. If it happen, either from the unseasonable use of the lancet or from exposure to cold, that the pustules flatten, or that the hands and face sink from their swelling, cordials must be administered. Nevertheless, we must be cautious in our use of them. However much blood may have been lost, it may still turn out that in our exceeding fear for the strength of the patient, we may use such strong cordials, or may repeat them so often as to set up a fresh ebullition. The blood is still delicate and easily susceptible to the influence of any heating stimulus. Hence, a repetition of ebullition often occurs in the same patient. To these, rather than to the preceding venesection, the death of the majority of patients is to be attributed. Thus much concerning the primary indications in general. 42. I must now go over part of the ground again and come more closely to our practice. The moment that undoubted signs of smallpox have shown themselves, I forbid the patient wine, meat, and the open air. His ordinary drink is weak, small beer with a toast put in to take the chill off. His food is oatmeal porridge, barley broth, roasted apples, and the like, articles which are neither hot nor cold, and which give no trouble to the digestion. I have no objection to a form of diet that is common in the country, and which consists of a roasted apple mashed with milk, only it must be taken at intervals, moderately, and with the chill off the milk. Hot regimen I forbid altogether. I forbid also all such cordials as are used by some under the R.H. notion of propelling the pustules towards the skin before the 4th day, or the proper one for the eruption, since I hold as an undoubted truth that just in proportion as the pustules take their time in coming out, the separation of the variolous matter will be complete, and the better will be our security in favor of their proper maturation and against their striking in, whilst by being pushed out before their due time, the matter is precipitated whilst it is yet crude and unconcocted. This deceives our hopes like over-hasty fruit. 43. Besides this, there is the further danger that any unseasonable diligence, especially with hot and sanguine temperaments, wherein the active principles themselves are equivalent to cordials, should so act upon nature as to force and excite her overmuch. In such a case, she might go near to reduce the whole substance of the body to pustules, and these would of course become confluent. Had they been left to their own pace, they would merely have been discreet, and the chances would have been better. It must not be imagined that simply because the sick man suffers much pain and distress before the eruption, the pustules are to be forced forwards to the surface from the first moment that we suspect the existence of smallpox. No single case can be shown of anyone, however sick, having died on account of the pustules not having appeared at once, or on account of nature having been found wanting to their extrusion sooner or later, excepting only those instances where she was hampered with a hot regimen, and the premature supply of cordials, since I have observed more than once in young subjects and sanguine temperaments, that a heating regimen and the use of cordials, adopted with the view of pushing out the pustules prematurely, have been so far from accelerating the eruption that they have, on the contrary, arrested it. They have so heated the blood that it has been excited to a movement too violent for the proper separation of the variolous matter, whereupon the pustules have lain late under the skin, and have resisted the influence of every sort of cordial in the attempts to bring them out, all that has shown itself being some other symptoms of the disease. This has been the case until, by reducing the blood to a moderate and proper temperature, by unloading a part of the hot blankets, and by allowing only weak small beer, I have so far paved the way for the pustules that, under divine providence, I have saved the patient, 44 those who, previous to the 4th day, without being satisfied with keeping the patient within his sleeping room, must also confine him to his bed, are, in my mind, just as unreasonable as the hasty and unseasonable pourers in of cordials, since both the hematuria and the ecthymata, as well as the other deadly symptoms which I have spoken of above, originate only in this premature confinement. When persons are in the prime of life, this is preeminently the case. On the 4th day, however, I do order the patient to keep his bed, and at the same time, if the eruption be unsatisfactory, I allow a gentle cordial which may be given at least once with the view of promoting the pustules. Amongst the medicines that have this effect, the so-called paregorics, such as the liquid laudanum, diascordium, and C, mixed with a small quantity of the proper cordial waters, bear the bell. They check the zestuation of the blood, whilst nature rids herself all the more easily and seasonably of the morbific matter. Still, I would not recommend cordials before the 4th day, even if there were diarrhea a symptom which may seem to call for them. For although, as stated at $6, diarrhea may precede the eruption of the confluent smallpox, a diarrhea that arises from the discharge into the intestines of those inflammatory vapors and humors eliminated by the turmoil and commotion of the blood during the first days of the disease. Nature will not be found wanting. She will no more fail in propelling these same variolous vapors towards the surface of the body than she fails in expelling and eliminating those other vapors which, by striking in upon the stomach during the commencement of the disease, cause vomiting. Now, as soon as the variolous matter is determined to the surface, the diarrhea stops of itself. 45. I must remark that when I am called in to a young patient, and one who has lent a hand to the disease by the free use of wine or any other fermented liquor, I am not satisfied with attempting to restrain the ebullition of his blood by the mere abstinence from his bed and from cordials. I go so far as to bleed him from the arm. If the prejudices of his friends forbid this, I at least urge it. To the intense heat natural to the humors in this disease, the inflammation consequent upon the impression of the spirituous liquors is superadded. Hence the blood rages with such violence as to be carried by the vessels into the bladder, or else it may produce purple spots and all those other symptoms which so much perplex the practitioner throughout the disease, and which so certainly kill the patient. Thus much concerning what is to be done before the breaking out of the pustules. 46. When the pustules have once appeared, I consider carefully whether they belong to the distinct or confluent species, since these two forms widely differ from each other, although several symptoms are common to the two. If from the size and fewness of the pustules, from their late eruption, from the disappearance of the distress, and the other grave symptoms, all of which in the confluent form continue after the eruption, I satisfy myself that the disease is discrete. I adopt the restorative treatment described in section 42, and which consists of weak small beer, oatmeal porridge, barley broth, and sea. Moreover, if the season be summer, and the weather be hot, even for that time of the year, and if the pustules be few, I, for one, see no good in keeping the patient continually stifled in his bed. I like him better to get up for a few hours every day, provided only that the places he goes to and the clothes he puts on ensure him against any harm in the way of either cold or heat. Give your patient a holiday from his bed, and his ailment will run its course in a shorter time and with less trouble than if he had continually been nailed down to it. To do this last is to increase the tediousness of the disease, to encourage the febrile estuation of the blood, and thirdly, to ensure a painful inflammation for the vesicles when they come out. If, however, either the coldness of the season or the presence of a multitude of pox impose upon the patient the necessity of keeping to his bed, I take care that he do not lie warmer or be more overloaded with blankets than was his wont. A moderate fire I allow only during the approach of winter, and that only in the morning and evening. Neither do I confine him to one spot in posture, lest he break out one a sweat, since I can confidently affirm, both from experience and on the grounds adduced above, that such cannot be encouraged without great danger. 47. When the disease is going off, and when the free eruption of the vapors that proceed from the matter which has been converted into pus is liable to be hindered by the hardness and crustiness of the pustules, it is proper to administer 5 or 6 spoonfuls of canary wine, half boiled, or in place of this some temperate cordial, so that the putrid vapors may not return back to the mass of the blood. At the same time, the diet may be of a somewhat warmer and more cordial nature. It may be sops of bread and beer with sugar, or it may be oatmeal gruel with beer and sugar. More than this will not be wanted as long as the disease be of the distinct and gentle sort, provided that the patient will allow of a treatment and diet so moderate. If, however, there be restlessness or wakefulness, or any other similar symptoms that threaten a brain fever, the occasional use of a paregoric is recommended. 48. This is the true and genuine method of treating this sort of smallpox, and however much it may be opposed by the great and unfounded prejudice of the partisans of an opposite practice, it is the method which will prevail when I am dead. I will not deny that many have been treated on a different principle, and that under such treatment they have recovered. On the other hand, it must be confessed that many have died under it, and this, when we consider that the disease of the distinct sort is in no wise dangerous of itself, is a sad reflection. Many die as it is, and more would do so were it not for the coldness of the weather at some of the seasons, when the disease sets in, or from the practice of bleeding, otherwise unnecessary, which has lately come in fashion. Upon this principle, if either the obstinacy of friends or the distrust of the patient interfere with the aforesaid regimen, I look upon it as safe to draw blood. In and of itself, this one's bad practice, since it disturbs and confounds the necessary separation, and also withdraws the sustenance which was destined for the swelling and pustules. Yet it is a partial counterpoise to the hot regimen which is to succeed. Hence, it renders this method, which we should not resort to, except upon compulsion, less dangerous and doubtful than it would be otherwise. 49. From these statements, it one's easy to answer the common question as to why so many of the poor survive, and so many of the rich sink under an attack of smallpox, that is, comparatively speaking. This can be referred to one cause only, viz., the want of opportunity on the part of the poor man for hurting himself by a nice and delicate regimen. Their res Augustodelmi, as well as their more countrified manner of life, ensures this. Still, even amongst the vulgar, many more have died of smallpox, since they learned the use of mithridate, diascordium, decoction of hartshorn and sea, than there did during the previous ages less learned but more wise. Nowadays every house has its old woman, a practitioner in an art which she never learned, to the killing of mankind. Thus much concerning the treatment of the so-called variole instinct. 50. But the pox become confluent, and then there is much danger. Periculos plenum opus ali. I consider that the confluent smallpox is as different a disease from the distinct as the plague is from the confluent. Yet with the generality of mankind, words are mistaken for things, and the treatment of the two diseases is the same. In this species of disease, we have the result of a more intense inflammation of the blood. Hence, there is greater need for guarding the patient against being overheated. Now, however much this species of smallpox, from the great heat of its nature, may require a regimen even cooler than that of the last named disease, yet, in order to promote the swelling of the hands and face, without which it is all over with the patient, and for the sake of the elevation and sustenance of the pustule. And lastly, because from the very pain of the ulceration, the patient cannot but be confined, it is best for him both to keep his bed and to keep his hands in bed. At the same time, he must be but lightly covered with clothes, and may be allowed to change his posture from one part of the bed to another, just as he was allowed to do in the distinct forms of the complaint, especially towards the end of the disease. At that time, when the fever of maturation is coming on, he must not only be left free to turn about, but he must be advised to do so. Indeed, he must be turned, and that very often, night and day. So doing, the great heat ones allayed, and those sweats, by which the mild humor which is necessary for diluting and ripening the pox would be carried off, are avoided. 51. It has been stated above that petilism invariably attends this species. Now, petilism is one of the main evacuations of nature, and in this case stands in the room of the evacuation by the way of pustules. This last goes on worse in a low and weak disease like confluent smallpox than in the discrete form. Hence, we must use our best endeavors to keep up the salivation, and to preserve it in its full force. Neither must it be arrested before its proper time, either by the use of hot remedies, or by forbidding the patient to drink freely of small beer, and such like thin liquors. Now, as it is the habit of this same petilism, when it follows the bent of its nature to set in with the first eruption, to decrease on the 11th day, and not to cease altogether until the 12th or 13th, it is a bad symptom for it to disappear before the first named of these days, inasmuch as since the swelling of the face, through which a share of the morbific matter is evacuated, always disappears on the same day, the simultaneous arrest of the salvation poisons the patient with the venom of the putrescent variolous matters. And as there is no other passage for its expulsion, the patient is brought to the threshold of the grave, his only remaining hope being that the swelling of the hands may be of such an amount as to save him from the jaws of death. This sometimes takes place. The swelling of the hands sets in later than that of the face, and consequently lasts longer. The salivation, which is here of such importance and necessity, is much promoted by the patient taking free draughts of weak small beer, or of any other liquor which neither heats nor sweats. 52. But besides this, the vehement ebullition of the blood wherein the present disease far surpasses the last must be allayed, and the petilism must be kept up, this sort of evacuation being necessary for the complaint. To this end, narcotic medicines are preferable to any other whatsoever. They appear indeed from their power of thickening the fluids to be opposed to the necessary salivation, but from this prejudice I have long been disabused. I have used narcotes in the confluent smallpox, and in every instance, provided that the patient had arrived to puberty, I have found the event justify the practice. As to the blood of infants and of children, who for the most part sleep well throughout all the stages of the disease, it is less hot and less requires a check of the sort in question. Besides which, by the use of narcotics, the diarrhea is stopped. This hurts the patient, since a diarrhea is the particular evacuation which nature sets up with young subjects. 53. With grown-up persons, paregoric remedies, if used frequently, have this advantage. In the first place, they bring on a gentle sleep, by doing which they restrain and guard against the violent ebullition of the blood and the chances of a fever in the brain. Secondly, the swelling of the hands and face, the preeminent evacuation which nature uses in this disease, proceeds more irregularly. Thirdly, and this is a point which tends much towards the security of the patient, instead of the swelling of the face subsiding prematurely, and so endangering life, it is frequently, by the action of narcotics, sustained properly, and kept up until the due time that nature requires. The fervor of the blood is mitigated, and the inflammation radiates towards the hands and face, indeed towards the whole surface of the body, according to the character of the disease, and with benefit to the sufferer. Lastly, the petilism itself is promoted, in some cases, indeed, from the effects of so thickening a medicine as opium. It may be delayed for a few hours. Nevertheless, As if nature had taken fresh strength from the delay, she eventually rouses her energics and carries the matter through successfully. I have also observed that a salivation which has decreased about the 11th day, or even earlier, and which by doing so has put the patient in great peril, may be reproduced by the repeated administration of paregorics, and may be so kept up by them as not to cease before the 14th day, and sometimes not so early as then. Hence, I generally prescribe 14 drops of liquid laudanum, there or thereabouts, or else an ounce of syrup of poppies, dissolve 1 cowslip water or in some similar distilled water. This may be taken by adults after the full eruption of the pustules every night, until the end of the disease, not only without their being at all harmed by it, but, on the contrary, to their great advantage. This I have learned from frequent experience. It is, I think, a good plan to give this same paregoric a little earlier in the day than usual, since it is easy to see that in the worst sort of smallpox, it is towards the evening that what may be called the hot paroxysm generally comes upon the patient, distressing him with restlessness, anxiety, and other symptoms. Now, by taking a paregoric about 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening, this can be, in some degree, guarded against. 54. In the confluent smallpox, diarrhea is as constant a symptom with infants as petilism with adults, these 2 evacuations being the methods that nature adopts respectively in eliminating the morbific matter. Now, to stop the diarrhea in one case is as absurd as to check the petilism in the other. The misplaced endeavors of misguided women in stopping such diarrheas have caused the deaths of many thousands of infants. It is a wrong notion to imagine that because a looseness one's dangerous in the distinct smallpox, it is dangerous in the confluent sort as well. It should be known that it is only prejudicial where the evacuation is through pustules. This it is in the distinct disease. In the confluent, the bowels are the natural outlet by which nature seeks rehef. I leave, then, the diarrhea to take its course. I assist nature as Hippocrates bids me. I recommend the infant to be sometimes left in its cradle, sometimes taken out of it. If it have been weaned, I allow on it the same diet as I have already allowed adults. 55. During the last days of the disease, when the face one's well nigh stiffened with dry, hard, encrusted pustules, I smear it over pretty frequently with the oil of sweet almond. This is for the sake of letting the hot effluvia exhale freely, as well as to alleviate the pain caused by the stiffness. As to guarding the face against being disfigured by the scars, I try nothing at all. The only effect of oils, liniments, and the like is to make the white scurf slower in coming off. These it is that after the patient has left his bed, and whilst he is beginning to gain a little strength, by succeeding in displacing each other, leave behind the foul marks of the disease. These, however, are not much to be feared when, by reason of a moderate regimen, the pustules have not been much exasperated, and no causticity has been contracted. 56. Now, although this method, if prudently applied and accommodated to the particular circumstances of the case, will prevent all irregular and dangerous symptoms, and render the disease safe and mild. Yet I am forced to proceed in a different manner with certain symptoms which I shall now relate, and which, whatever may be the cause from which they may have arisen previous to my being called in, I must remove and conquer. 57. In the first place, then, if in the distinct sort the regimen has been so hot and the sweats have been so continuous that the face of the patient has not begun to swell by the 8th day, the pustules being sufficiently thick, only flaccid, and with the inner spaces of a pale color, in such a case I strive with might and main for a more temperate regimen, and to restrain the orgasm of the blood. With this view, I order a narcotic at once. Unless the brain be overheated, this will procure a gentle sleep, and temper the uncurbed violence of the blood. By doing this, it will determine the blood and heat to the face, a result which is both seasonable and natural to the disease. 58. But if the mischief that has been thus caused be gone so far as for the sweat which has hitherto flowed profusely, to stop of itself, for the patient to be seized with a frenzy, for him to complain of an excessive sickness, for him to pass idle though frequent urine when matters are thus far gone, and death is at hand, I expect help from no remedy whatever, except only from either the free exhibition of narcotics or from a large bloodletting, the body of the patient being exposed to the air, and this, which I here propose, will not appear so very rash and improbable if we consider how many, even within the iron clutches of death, have been saved by sudden and abundant hemorrhages from the nostrils. This, too, must be remembered, that in this extreme agony it is not because the pustules strike in, they often are both red and prominent at the last gasp, that death comes on apace, but because the face fails to swell. Now, I suppose that no one will deny that venesection and moderate cooling will temper the blood, whilst whatever tempers the blood will promote the swelling of the face. Narcotics do the same, and they do it on the same principle. 59. I do not say that in every case of brain fever, the most frequent symptom in smallpox, venesection, is to be recommended at once. It is only proper when it comes on because the face has not swollen, and this in the distinct sort, and when the pustules are pretty abundant. It is also proper when, on account of a hot regimen and cordial treatment, the blood is so angered and uncontrollable as to be wholly out of rule. In such cases, it may be brought down to its proper temperature by paregorics and the other medicines of the same intention. When matters are thus far gone, the physician must think more of what is due to his conscience than of the peril to his credit, must make up his mind to bleed in the manner aforesaid, and must order his patient to be restored by fresh air. To effect this fully, I have often, in such fits of frenzy, thought it fit for the patient to be got out of his bed for a little while, and by so doing I have freed many from death. Over and above what I have seen with my own eyes, there are numberless instances of this on record of men snatched from the very jaws of the graves. Sometimes a patient thus frenzied has, with the extraordinary cunning of persons so afflicted, escaped the charge of his nurses, slipped out of bed, and exposed himself to the cold air, and that even during the night. Sometimes he has got cold water, either clandestinely or by earnest entreaty to the nurse, and drank it off. In either case, by a happy error, a life that had been despaired of has been saved. 60. I will trouble the reader with a single instance, which I got from the person concerned in it. He went to Bristol whilst in the flower of his youth, and was seized about the middle of summer by smallpox. Brain fever came on afterwards. The nurse went out into the town, and left him to the charge of others, saying that she would soon be back. However, she stayed beyond her time, and the man, as seemed to the lookers-on, died in the interim. The bystanders, being afraid that the corpse would soon become putrid, and looking both to the heat of the weather and the stout corpulent make of the supposed dead man, raised it from the bed, and laid it on a table, with nothing over it but a sheet. Soon after, the nurse came back, heard what had happened, and went into the chamber as the assistant at a sad ceremony. When, however, she raised the sheet, and saw the man's face, she fancied that there were some faint signs of HFE, and so put him back to bed, following some device of her own. She brought him back to life, and within a few days saw him a sound man. 61. To return, however, to the question if, from the previous heat, the saliva be so viscid and feverish as almost to suffocate the patient, and this about the 11th day, is often the case, a gargle becomes necessary. This must be thrown into the mouth and fauces several times, both night and day, by means of a syringe. It may be made of either thin small beer, or barley water with the honey of roses. Or it may be as follows: 9 elm bark, 5 agel, licorice root, fivesse, raisins stoned, 1 gauze leaves, 2 handfuls. Boil down to half a pound in a sufficient quantity of water. Then dissolve in the strained liquor simple oxymel, honey of roses, AA3. Mix and make into a gargle. If, however, the patient have been treated properly, the petilism, even though it had begun to be diminished, will do its work properly, and there will be no need of this remedy. And, in truth, when matters are so far gone as for the patient to be in danger of instantaneous suffocation, when he is overwhelmed with stupor, and when his breathing is stopped on every side, the remedy itself cannot safely be relied on the patient, is at the last gasp. In this case, I sometimes give an emetic of the Crocus metallorum. This must be done in large doses of 1.5 ounces, inasmuch as, from the stupor of the patient, a smaller one would not act. Instead, however, of so acting, it might just agitate the humors that the patient is unable to get rid of, and so endanger his life, and even this remedy is uncertain. It is a sad thing to say, but so severe is the symptom, and so generally does it take off all who thus die on the 11th day, that a remedy to meet it has yet to be discovered. The other symptoms that occur in smallpox, inasmuch as they can be guarded against by a moderate regimen, can be removed by the same. Thus, the aforesaid frenzies, which arise from the overheating of the brain, are cured by anything that cools the blood, whilst the same method relieves coma also, opposite as the two diseases may appear. Coma arises from an obstruction in the cortex of the brain, when the hot steams of the blood are driven thither violently and abundantly by the heat of the regimen and medicines. 63. By this same cooling of the blood I also seen the crimson spots removed, but neither by this nor by any other line of treatment whatsoever have I ever seen either hematuria or violent eruptions of blood from the lungs at all rested. Each of these two forms of hemorrhage, as far as my observations have hitherto extended, is an undoubted presage of death. 64. In the suppression of urine, which sometimes occurs in young and vigorous subjects, and which arises from a great confusion and disorder of the animal spirits, these being subservient to its secretion, and partaking in the agitation of the heated blood and humors, I have had recourse to the whole tribe of diuretics in vain. Nothing has answered so well as to take the patient from his bed, to support him on the arms of the bystanders, and to walk him 2 or 3 times round the chamber. Do this, and he will speedily pass his water abundantly, and be much relieved by doing so. I can call as evidence to this many of my medical friends who have been recommended by me to make the same experiment, and who have found it succeed. 65. All the symptoms that arise from the striking in of the variolous matter, either from excessive cold or from undue evacuations, are to be removed by the use of cordials and by proper regimen. Neither, however, must be continued beyond the continuance of the symptoms. The chief of these are the flattening or falling in of the pustules, and the occurrence of diarrhea, and that in the discrete species. In the confluent form they mean nothing, being in the nature of the complaint. Neither is the diarrhea of infants serious, since it brings relief rather than danger. In each of these cases, we may give a cordial draught of the distilled waters with diascordium, liquid laudanum, or the like. This we may do, not only for the removal of the symptoms, but during any period of the disease, provided that the patient complain of pain and distress in the stomach. However, to speak the plain truth, symptoms arising from the cold treatment are very rare indeed, compared with those that are due to the opposite practice, a practice which does much more mischief and takes much less blame. It one's my own opinion that the common talk about the frequency of the retrocession of the pustules in the confluent smallpox arises from a false view of their depressed character. This is attributed to the resorption of the variolous matter, and the resorption of the variolous matter is laid to the charge of the cold. Now, the depression in question is nothing but the nature of the disease. In the distinct smallpox, the same notions are abroad. Here, however, men fail to remember that nature requires time for the ripening of her fruit, and they look for the eruption and development of the pustules before they are due. 66. When the patient is convalescent, when the pustules are falling off, and a few days after he has been allowed meat, i.e., about the 120th day, I deem it requisite to draw blood from the arm in those cases where the disease has been violent. The inflammation that has been impressed upon the humors of the patient, man or child, requires bloodletting, just as the colluvies of the intestines of similar origin requires a purge. This is clearly shown both by the character of the blood, which, when the disease has been strong, is plurity, and by the violent inflammations which settle in the eye. Nor are continued fever lull these all. There are other dire effects from the overheat and deprivation of the blood. Men who were heretofore of athletic strength have been constrained during the remainder of their days to struggle against complaints in the chest and elsewhere, parts upon which the hot and acrid humors have showered down like rain. If the pustules have been few, bleeding is unnecessary. After bleeding, I order a purge to be repeated 3 or 4 times. 67. When the patient has recovered from an attack of the confluent smallpox, and when he leaves his bed every day, he sometimes suffers from a troublesome and painful swelling of the legs. This either goes off of itself after bleeding and purging, or is easily removed by the application of emollient and discutious herbs, e.g. mallows, mullein leaves, elder leaves, laurel leaves, chamomile flowers, or melilot flowers boiled in milk. Thus much concerning the history and treatment of the smallpox of these 2 years. In order to distinguish it from that which succeeded, I shall call it the variole legitime. Chapter 10, The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 3. The continued fever of the years 1667, 1668, and part of 1669. I now speak of the fever which predominated during the variolous constitution which I have just written on. It set in along with the smallpox and stood and fell with it. The character of the complaint was as follows. The patient suffered pain about the pit of the stomach and was unable to bear the pressure of the hand upon that part, a symptom which I remember to have noted only in the present disease and in smallpox. Headache, heat over the whole body, and pedicus supervened. On the other hand, there was no thirst. The tongue was like that of a healthy person, except that it was sometimes white, rarely dry, never black. From the very beginning of the disease, the patient broke out into profuse spontaneous sweats, but without being relieved by them. Whenever these were the results of heating remedies and a stimulant regimen, there was danger of a brain fever. Besides this, the number of pedicles increased, and all of the other symptoms became aggravated. The secretion of urine was natural from the first, and this passed for a favorable sign. Nevertheless, it was in reality as little beneficial as the sweats, which have just been noticed. With unskillful treatment, the disease generally became exceedingly protracted. Unlike other fevers, it neither ceased of itself nor went off by means of a crisis. On the contrary, it distressed the patient, unless he died first, with the severity of its symptoms for 7 or 8 weeks together. Occasionally, however, and towards the close, petilism would set in, and that freely. This, unless arrested by either other evacuations or by overstimulant remedies, would carry off the disease. A consummation so wholly beyond our hopes most usually took place when no notable evacuations had previously taken place, and when refrigerant medicines had not been administered. This fever originated in that particular epidemic constitution of the atmosphere, which, at the time in question, produced the smallpox. Hence, with the exception only of those symptoms which were the necessary effects and consequences of the eruptions, it was, if not identical, at least closely akin to the smallpox. Each disease set in similar. In each there was the same pain upon pressure over the pit of the stomach. The color of the tongue and the color of the urine were alike in the 2 complaints. The profuseness and spontaneity of the sweats occurred equally at the commencement of both maladies. The common tendency to salivation was also equal. It occurred during the fever when its heat and violence reached beyond a certain intensity. It occurred during the smallpox when the pustules became confluent. Finally, as the fever was most rife at that particular time, when the ravages of smallpox were greater in these parts than at any other time within the limits of my own observation. There can be but little doubt as to the identity of character between the 2 diseases. Of this, I am certain all those practical phenomena which determined treatment were the same for the 2 diseases, with the single exception of the eruption of the smallpox and of its effects. There was, of course, no parallel to this in the fever. Of this, I satisfied myself by very accurate observations which I made during the treatment of the 2 disorders. For this reason, although no man dislikes the coining of new names more than myself, I may perhaps be allowed to designate the present fever as the variolous fever, from its likeness to the smallpox or variola. Much, however, as the fever might resemble variola, no man in his senses believes that it wants to be cured by exactly the treatment of variola. In the smallpox, the inflamed particles are ejected and eliminated by means of small abscesses. In the fever, by means of salivation exclusively. As for the sweats, which at the beginning of the disease flowed profusely, they were symptomatic rather than critical. Nature intended nothing but salvation. Sometimes, indeed, she perverted even this salivation into either a looseness or a sweating, into a looseness which arose when the inflammatory rays were carried down along the mesenteric arteries into the intestines, and there solicited them to excretion, a process which occurs in pleurisy and other inflammatory fevers through the orgasm of the heated particles of the blood and their efforts to become cooled, and into inordinate sweatings, when such accompanied the present fever, just as they accompanied the variola, and in both cases in accordance with nature. By such evacuations, symptomatic as they really were, the salivation, which was not symptomatic, but which was meant to be critical, was diverted elsewhere, so that unless art could suggest some other evacuation, the disease would run on for some months, instead of being like other fevers, and undergoing concoction. For, in order, however, to go farther into the subject, for the sake of rightly understanding the nature of this fever, and with the view of placing on an immovable foundation a superstructure of curative indications, it must be remarked that in that fever which was rife and common during the constitution wherein intermittents were epidemic, the matter which had to be separated from the blood was so thick that it could not be separated without previous digestion. This disposed it for a due evacuation at a due time, and for one which took place either in the way of increased perspiration or critical dejections. Hence, all that the physician had to do was to accommodate his treatment to the disease in such a manner that there should be, on the one hand, no such ebullition as might give rise to dangerous symptoms, nor yet, on the other, so little effervescence as to be unable to expel the morbific matter, since fevers are the instruments which nature has framed for such secretions. 5 again. In the plague, there is a matter to be separated from the blood. But this is of such subtile and inflammable parts, that when in their highest degree of intensity they pass through the blood, they do it in the twinkling of an eye, with the quickness of lightning, and too suddenly for ebullition to take place. Then it is only in some gland or some external part that they are caught and stopped. When this takes place, they are entangled, and so draw the parts around them first into inflammation, and afterwards into an aposteme. And an aposteme is nature's contrivance for ridding the flesh of things that are hostile to it, even as a fever is a corresponding contrivance for dissipating the bad part of the blood. In the case of an aposteme, it is the duty of the physician to regulate the evacuation of the pestilential matter through the proper outlets that nature has contrived. And this he does, unless indeed he believe that he can substitute for the outlet of nature some other evacuation over which he shall have a better control, and which shall be his own rather than nature's. Now, just in the same way does nature proceed in expelling the matter of smallpox. Notwithstanding its thicker and grosser nature, it is evacuated by means of pustules scattered all over the body, these doing the work of buboes and carbuncles. Here also, as in the plague, the curative indications are to be directed towards the regulation of the evacuation according to its natural outlet. 6. In the present sort of inflammatory fever, the gross matter of the fever described above, which could only be expelled after previous digestion, is not found, so that we waste our labor when we strive to obtain such a digestion by promoting effervescence. Nay more, there one's great danger in so doing. We may stimulate a disease of which the essence is already too violent an inflammation. Furthermore, as nature has constituted for the present fever no evacuation in the way of an eruption, much as it may resemble smallpox, where, as in the plague, there sevens an eruptive evacuation, it follows of necessity that our whole object must be to allay the inflammation by means of evacuations and cooling medicines. Upon this principle, I attack the disease, and I attack it successfully. 7. As soon as I am sent for, I bleed from the arm, unless there be great weakness, or the patient be old. I repeat the bleeding twice, at intervals of 2 days, unless I see signs of convalescence. The intermediate days I order an injection of milk and sugar, or something of the kind, and also the following julep. This last is to be taken frequently throughout the whole course of the disease. EK purslane water, lettuce water, cowslip flower water, a sip syrup of lemons. This syrup of violets, 3 or 4 ounces to be taken several times a day, ad libitum whey. Barley water and similar light drinks are what I allow in ordinary barley broth, oatmeal gruel, panos, roasted apples. And C. Above everything else, I order that the patient be not confined to his bed for the whole time. He must be up for a great part of every day. In this fever, as in pleurisy, rheumatism, and all those inflammatory diseases which are best combated by venesection and refrigerants, I found that even the coolest of the one and the freest of the other are of no worth at all. If the patient be kept continually to his bed, the heat burns him up, especially in the summertime. Hence the sweatings that were occasionally profuse deterred me neither from this cooling method nor from cooling medicines combined with removal from the bed. For although a man may fairly pormize himself great advantage by taking his indications from those things which generally do good, experience is in the present case against him. And it is by experience that I have been taught that the patient not only gets no good from his sweats, but that, on the contrary, he is overheated, so much so that often pleurisy, petechias, and other symptoms of the worst sort succeed. And these arise less from the malignity of the disease than from the badness of the treatment. 9. If it be argued against me that the present method of treating fevers is altogether opposed to the theory of those writers who, with one voice, proclaim aloud that it is by diaphoresis that fevers are most properly and most naturally got rid of, I have over and above the evidence of constant experience in this particular fever, thus much besides in my favor. I assume that all those learned men who call out for diaphoresis as the remedy to fever mean that diaphoresis, where the sweats are a secretion of some humor lurking in the blood previously digested, and that in the elaboration and preparation of this same humor, so that it may be eliminated by diaphoresis, nature is employed for a definite and determined period. The fact, however, is far different. It is at the very onset of the malady that the sick man is dissolved in sweat, and this alone is a great part of the disease. Indeed, if we are to put any faith in the phenomena, this disease appears to depend more upon the mere heat and fervor of the blood than upon any humors lurking in the blood and requiring to be expelled after due concoction by sweatings. If, on the other hand, we suppose that in this fever, as in others, there sevens some humor which digestion has to ripen, why are we to humor nature with cordials in a hot regimen so provocative of a diaphoresis? She is overbusy already, and it is our duty to reduce her irregular efforts. The old axiom apples, as well the sweats as the stools cocta non cruda, sunt medicanda. 10. During this constitution, I was called in to Dr. Morris, who then practiced medicine in London with the same credit that he now does at Petworth. He had this fever with sweats and spots. By the consent of other physicians, mutual friends, he was bled and then got up, having first wiped away the sweat. He used a cooling diet and medicines and was presently relieved. The violent symptoms soon went off. Continuing in the same treatment, he was well within a few days. 1. But to return to the question, the looseness which often accompanies this fever does not divert me a single hair's breadth from my plan. I have even found that nothing is so effectual a check as venesection and cool drinks like wari, barley water, and sea, since it is caused by inflammatory vapors passing from the blood through the mesenteric arteries into the intestine, and they're causing irritation. 12. This method has succeeded admirably in the cure of this disease, and it seems the method that is preeminently appropriate to it. I cannot, however, gainsay the cures from a treatment wholly opposite. Cordials and a hot regimen have been applied, and the patient has been freed from his disease. Still, I think that there was unnecessary risk. The petechia, which otherwise were very few, came out by this means very numerous. The thirst, which generally gave little or no trouble, became distressing. The tongue, which was otherwise moist, and except in being a little paler, much the same as the tongue of a healthy person, grew dry under the regimen, and often even black. Lastly, those very sweats, which were so anxiously forced by means of cordials, were driven in by the cordials themselves, and stopped. Too much serum was given out at first, so that at length the blood failed in its supply of it. What should have been diluted grew thick, and then the patient withered up, shrunk at the surface, and indeed suffered everything that he should not suffer from the fever. At last, after the blood had been replenished with moisture from the ingestia, partly under the effect of medicines, and partly from the nature of the fever itself, it threw out at one and the same time the fresh serum and the disease. Now, a crisis like this is a forced crisis and, as such, hazardous. But the worst of all is that it rarely takes place at all. 19, it has been stated above, that this fever and its twin sister, the smallpox, may go off in salvation. This is always a good sign. I have seen with my own eyes the fever go off as the salivation came on, and even true purple spots disappear. When such a salivation has set in, no other evacuation must be attempted, either in the way of bleeding or in the way of clysters. This may divert the humor elsewhere. Whey and similar refrigerants are the best promoters of the salivation, just as on the other hand, cordials and similar heating medicines thicken the matter and obstruct its elimination. 14. Whilst this fever still survived, a diarrhea, unaccompanied by any manifest febrile symptoms, was prevalent. It was worst in end of 68. At that time, the Constitution was tending towards the dysenteric Constitution, which I shall describe as the character of the next coming years. Nevertheless, I consider this to be the same fever with the variolous fever now rife, although it took another form and exhibited itself with a fresh symptom. It was clear to me that chills and rigors preceded the diarrhea. It was also clear that the diarrhea itself depended on the same origin with the fever. Hence, I think it probable that this fever arose from the inflammatory rays turning inwards towards the intestines and so provoking them to expulsion. The blood, in the meanwhile, was freed by this diversion from those disorders which otherwise would have been caused by such rays. Hence it remained free and unhurt and exhibited no outward signs of fever. Besides this, the patient could not bear the pit of the stomach to be touched by the hand, a symptom common to both the fever and the smallpox of this constitution. This we have already stated. The same pain and the same tenderness would sometimes extend itself outwardly to the epigastrium, and this would end in an episteme and kill the patient. All this made it as clear as the light of day that diarrhea was of the same nature and essence with the dominant fever. And this opinion is confirmed by the effect of venesection and the cooling medicine regimen and diet, which I found so advantageous in the fever. They cured the diarrhea as well, whilst if treated upon a different principle. With rhubarb or lenitive cathartics, given with the view of expelling those acrid juices which were supposed to irritate the bowels to such secretions, or even astringents, it changed its character from a mild disease to a deadly, a fact that is sufficiently proved by the bills of mortality for the year, and so much for the epidemic diseases which depended on this constitution. Chapter 11. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 4. The epidemic constitution of part of the year 1699 and of the whole of 1670, 1671, 1672 in London 1 are the beginning of the year 1669, the cholera morbus, and the gripes without stools, as well as dysentery, having appeared but sparingly during the last 10 years, began to set one sharply. The cholera morbus I had never known to be so epidemic. Nevertheless, during the very year when it was prevalent, it was limited to the month of August. There were few cases in September. However, the gripes without stools lasted till the end of autumn. They accompanied the dysentery. Indeed, of the two, they were the most rife. When the winter came, the gripes disappeared and never came back during the remainder of the years of the present constitution. However severely the dysentery might continue to rage, and however truly it was epidemic. The reason for this I consider to be as follows. The Constitution had not yet become fully and perfectly a dysenteric constitution, so as to produce all the symptoms of dysentery in all instances alike. Next autumn, when the gripes came, they were no longer the gripes without stools. They had all the concomitant pathognomonic symptoms of dysentery. Between these gripes without stools and the aforesaid flexes, which were each so general, there was a new form of fever associated with both the diseases, which attacked not only those who had suffered from either, but even those who had withstood the two. In a few cases, perhaps, there were slight gripes superadded, sometimes dry, sometimes with motions. This fever was, up to a certain point, the fever that not unfrequently accompanied the two diseases, and hence we may call it by the distinctive name of the dysenteric fever. It chiefly, as will be shown hereafter, differed from dysentery in respect to its character in being without the continued evacuations of that complaint, and in not possessing those symptoms necessarily dependent upon such evacuations. As the cold of winter approached, the dysentery accommodated itself to the season and withdrew. The dysenteric fever, however, raged all the more. Smallpox, too, appeared in some few places, but in a mild and manageable form. Quite at the beginning of the next year, as early as the first month of it, the measles set in. These increased day by day. Few families and almost no children were unattacked. They increased gradually until the vernal equinox. Then they retreated just as gradually also. By June, they were quite gone and were never again seen during the whole of the years of the present Constitution, with a few exceptions. In the very next, and exactly at the same time, they appeared here and there in a few isolated cases. For, now, these measles prepared the way for a form of smallpox, which was hitherto new to me. Its phenomena were wholly irregular, utterly unlike those of any of my former observations, and far distant in character from the smallpox of the preceding Constitution. This will be shown the forthcoming account of it. At present, I shall call it the anomalous smallpox of the dysenteric Constitution. This form of smallpox, although during the first year far less frequent than the measles, still attacked numerous individuals, occurring epidemically until the month of June. Then was the time for the dysenteric fevers. As autumn approached, by the approach of autumn I mean August, the dysenteries returned upon us, raged far and wide, and were more destructive than they were even the year before. However, as in that year, they gave way to the cold of the winter, and as they gave way, the dysentery fever and the smallpox raged throughout the season. 5. But about the beginning of the February of the next year, each disease decreased, but then there came a tertian ague to make up for them. This, without being exactly epidemic, was still more common than I found it to be at any other period within my recollection. Since the date of that Constitution, which one had mentioned above as being so favorable to it. Like other spring intermittents, it had disappeared by midsummer. At the beginning of June, the dysenteric fevers took their place as before. As the autumn advanced, the dysentery for a third time returned. When winter had come, it made way for the dysenteric fever and for the smallpox. These did havoc during the whole season. The dysentery, however, of that autumn was more limited than of the previous one. That seems to have been the time of its height, 6 times. We have already stated that, at the beginning of each particular year, some disease or other raged as an epidemic measles in the beginning of 1670, and tertian agues in the beginning of 1671. We have also remarked that, by the predominance of these complaints, the activity of the smallpox for the first months of the year was limited, so that it never broke its boundaries. But now, at the beginning of 1672, these barriers were removed. The smallpox was predominant and exclusive, and, by consequence, it was epidemic as well. This was till about the beginning of July, then set in dysenteric fevers. In August came the dysentery for a fourth time, and the fevers gave way. Now the dysentery of this fourth year was not only less common than the dysenteries of the years before, but it was also milder in its symptoms. Indeed, as there were occasional cases of smallpox, it was difficult to tell which of the two diseases predominated. My own view is that the atmospheric constitution was unfavorable to dysenteries, but that it was sufficiently favorable to smallpox to put the two complaints on a level. So standing in contrast with the constitutions of those years wherein, during the month of August, dysenteries had made general havoc. The winter, as was its wont, banished the dysenteries, but not either the fever or the smallpox. This last disease, when the dysentery was gone, was paramount, and kept so throughout the winter. Nay, more, next spring, and even at the beginning of summer, it was to be found here and there, although in a far milder form than the former of its kind. 7. Now, when I say that just as one nail drives out another, so does epidemic drive out epidemic, I do not mean that the disease which is expelled and which retreats disappears altogether. I only mean that it decreases in frequency. During EU, this constitution, both diseases were to be found, each beyond the season that it was suited to. Thus, dysentery is a disease of autumn. Nevertheless, a few persons, very few, suffered from dysentery during the spring. We have then sufficiently proved that throughout the whole of this constitution, dysenteric fevers set in about the beginning of July. July being to fevers what February is to agues. Next, that as the autumn advanced, the dysentery's diseases, truly autumnal succeeded, that these were dispersed by the winter, and that then came dysenteric fever and smallpox, that this smallpox not only wore out the winter, but that it extended itself into the subsequent spring and the succeeding summer. And that lastly, the 2nd July brought in the epidemic fever and excluded the variola. This was the sequence of the changes under the Constitution. I may further observe that, just as an individual case of an epidemic has its proper periods, its stages of increase, crisis, and decline, so also has the Constitution in general, which determines the epidemic. That is, proportionally to the time of its predominance, it has definite periods. It increases from day to day in its epidemic extension. It reaches its height. It then decreases at the rate of its increase. And lastly, it dies away altogether, making room for a fresh constitution. The symptoms are, each and all, severest at the beginning. They then gradually decline, whilst at the end of the constitution, they had become as mild and tolerable as is compatible with the nature of the disease to which they are referred. This is shown by the fluxus ad the variola of this constitution, and it will be shown still better in the sequel. I now proceed to describe in detail the diseases of this constitution, taking them in the order of their occurrence. Chapter 12. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 4, Cholera Morbus of the year 1669. 1. Tut's disease, which, as is said before, had in the year 1669 spread itself at large more than in any previous one, seems partial to a particular part of the year. It sets in at the end of the summer and the beginning of autumn, as truly as the swallow comes in spring, or the cuckoo sings in summer. In the character of its symptoms, it is not altogether unlike the common cholera of intemperance and drunkenness, which may occur at any season. Neither is its treatment very dissimilar. Still, it is a disease of another family. Its presence is understood at once. There is vomiting to a great degree, and there are also foul, difficult, and straining motions from the bowels. There is intense pain in the belly. There is wind, and there are dissension, heartburn, and thirst. The pulse is quick and frequent, at times small and unequal. The feeling of sickness is most distressing, and is accompanied with heat and disquiet. The perspiration sometimes amounts to absolute sweating. The legs and arms are cramped and the extremities cold. To these symptoms and to others of a H-key stamp, we may add faintness. The disease terrifies the lookers on and sometimes proves fatal within 24 hours. Besides this, there is dry cholera, characterized by flatus from both above and below, but without either vomiting or purgyingi. Of this, however, I remember only a single case, and that was at the beginning of the autumn of the year in question, a time when the common sort was most common and presented itself in the shape of a whole host of diseases. 2. By careful reflection, by observation, and by the results of a manifold experience, I have thoroughly convinced myself that to expel the acrid humors, the focus of the malady, by cathartics, is just to add fuel to flame. The mildest operation of the mildest purge disturbs the whole system and induces fresh commotions. On the other hand, by checking the impetus of the disease at its onset, I should wear out the patient by an intestine war. Since I should just confine the enemy to his seat in the bowels, should impede the natural evacuations, and detain those humors which were seeking for an outlet. For these reasons, I keep a middle course. In part, I evacuate the humors, in part, I dilute them. By these means, I reduce the disease to a manageable form. I have done so as often as it has occurred, and the plan of treatment has been tried by me for many years, and as such approved. 3. Boil a tender chicken in about 3 gallons of spring water so that there be little or no relish of the flesh. Of this let the patient take several basinfuls whilst warm, or if this cannot be had, posset drink. At the same time, inject a good quantity of it up the bowels by successive injections. so that partly from above and partly from below the hole may be taken in, and after that thrown out. Mix with both the draughts and the clysters about an ounce of the syrup of lettuce, violets, purslane, or water lye. Yet this is not absolutely necessary. The draughts and clysters will do their work single-handed. By means of these the belly is filled, and, as it were, turned topsy-turvy by a vast bulk of liquor, and hence the acrid humors are ejected, or, if not ejected, are brought down to a due temperature. For this washing out takes 3 or 4 hours. When it is done, the following draught finishes the cure. E. cowslip water 3, aqua mirabilis 3 e.g. Liquid laudanum, MXCCG. Mix. Instead of this, any common narcotic may be substituted. 5. Now, this method of diluting the humors is much safer and shorter than the common practice of evacuants and astringents. These are fraught with danger. They make the intestine turmoil both sharper and fiercer. They turn things upside down. They keep the enemy to his quarters, and they change him from a visitor to a denizen. Besides this, the disease is prolonged, and there is danger in the delay. Vicious humors creep into the blood. Ill-conditioned fever is excited, and the patient suffers not only a severe disease, but a long one also. 6. If the physician has not been called until after the patient has been purged, and vomited for some hours, say 10 or 12, so that he is exhausted, and cold at the extremities, the remedies aforesaid must be laid aside. Laudanum must be his sheet anchor, and it must be resorted to at once. It must be given whilst the symptoms are urgent, and it must be given when the symptoms have abated. It must be given night and morning, until the patient has recovered his full health and strength. 7. This disease, however much it may be epidemic, very rarely occurs beyond the limits of the month of August, the month in which it begins. This makes me admire the beautiful and subtle mechanism of nature in the determination of the origin and the decline of epidemics, since even although the same causes, viz., the abundance of fruit, are common to the months of September and August, the effect one's different. Now, whoever carefully studies the phenomena of the true and legitimate cholera morbus, the only form with which we now have to deal, will certainly own that, although produced by the same causes and accompanied by the same symptoms, it differs from that sort of common cholera which may occur at any time of the year. The two diseases are as far as the poles asunder. It seems as if, one, the air of the particular month of August, there was some hidden and peculiar property which impressed, either on the blood or on the bowels, some specific alteration adapted to this disease and to none other. Chapter 14. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 4. The continued fever of part of the year 1669, and the one at the time when the dysenteries were raging, there arose a fever like that of the dysenteries. Now, this attacked not only those who had been stricken by the dysentery, but those who, except that they occasionally, and very rarely, suffered from purging and dry gripes, were otherwise healthy. This fever had the same manifest and apparent causes as the flux. Its symptoms, also, were those of the dysenteric fever. Hence, if you take the evacuations by stool, and the symptoms dependent thereon, from the dysentery, the fever in question was, in its nature, a dysentery. Furthermore, during the whole course of the constitution, the alteration of the respective symptoms were the same, and so were the differential circumstances which determined the increase, the status, and the decline of the symptoms. For this reason I called the fever the dysenteric fever. 2. The fever in question sometimes, chiefly during the first years of its prevalence, set in with gripes, in which case they were a mild sort. Sometimes these gripes followed the fever, sometimes, and this generally, there were none at all. The sweatings, which were so copious in the previous fever, were here rare and scanty. The headache, however, was worse. The tongue, although moist and pale as in the other kind of fever, was covered with a thick fur, this being an additional symptom. This disease rarely went off by petialism. The other did so frequently. Apathy, also, which occurred towards the departure of the complaint, were commoner now than before. Indeed, they were commoner than Lee have ever seen them. Nothing was commoner during the present epidemic than the deposition of the foul and acrid matters of the blood upon the mouth and gullet, especially towards the end of the fever. This gave rise to the aforesaid symptom, which was the most constant in those cases where the disease had been obstinate and prolonged, and where the regimen had been overheating. It was also a symptom common to the present fever and to the fever of the dysenteries. These aphthy were engendered precisely in the same way with the aphthas, which were invariably engendered during the fever, which complicated the more obstinate cases of dysentery. They were the surest to appear if, over and above the use of a hot regimen, the evacuations from the bowels had been checked by astringent medicines before the foams of the disease had been carried off by bleeding and purging. 3. These were the most constant characteristics of the fever. The other symptoms changed with the year, being dependent on certain manifest qualities of the atmosphere, which varied with the season, also coinciding with the general progress, and the different stages of the dysentery. In order to make this clear, and in order to set in a strong light the wonderful mechanism of nature in the production of epidemics, I must go somewhat deeply into the matter. It must be observed that, although the manifest qualities of the atmosphere may not impress the same influence upon all constitutions alike, so as to originate all those epidemics which are referred to it as to their proper productive cause, they can nevertheless influence them for a time, so that epidemics are admitted or excluded, as the manifest qualities of the air oppose or favor them. What they originate in is the same hidden and inexplicable condition, and here the universal constitution remains the same, whether promoted or retarded as far as such causes are concerned. 4. Hence, it happens that when various epidemics fall within the same constitution, this or that disease raises itself above the rest, at that particular season for which the sensible qualities of the air have ordained it. It then gives way to some other form, which the different conditions of a different season evoke. From this reason, the stationary fever, be it what on it may, which is referable to the ruling epidemic of the year, is the most rife in the month of July. At that time, it attacks men in whole masses. However, as the autumn approaches, it gives place to the great epidemic which is now gaining strength, and which characterizes the year. At this season, the fever becomes rarer, a fact which every year verifies. The summer that has just passed heats the bodies of men, whereon the fevers that are proper to the constitution fix themselves upon them the more readily. But as autumn approaches, the predominant epidemic again takes the reins of empire, and the fevers withdraw themselves from its influence. 5. Just as the fevers in question must refer their appearance in one month rather than another to the particular sensible qualities of the atmosphere, so also do several symptoms, which, as far as they depend upon the general constitution of the year, are of an opposite nature, borrow some of their manifest qualities from the fever of the month, and this is the reason why in those years where the said fevers attack many at a time, they are attended with various new symptoms, besides those which are proper to them, as proceeding from the same constitution. Nevertheless, they continue true to their original nature, notwithstanding the language of the generality. Here, by reason of the difference of the phenomena, a fresh fever is attributed to every fresh year. But such preeminently peculiar symptoms continue for a few weeks only. These being over, for the remainder of the year, there is nothing beyond the proper symptoms referable to the stationary fever of the particular constitution. This was made clear for fever in general, and for the dysenteric fever in particular, by the July of 1671 and 1672. In the former month, there were violent sickness, bile like verdigris, and a great inclination to diarrhea throughout the whole disease. In the latter, there was pain in the muscular parts of the body, especially at the joints, like the pain of rheumatism. Besides this, there was an inflammation of the fauces, like but milder than a quinsy. Yet both these symptoms met in the same specific fever, and each required the same treatment. They differed only in respect to their sensible qualities, and these arose from the time at which they happened. Yet their sudden and unforeseen breaking out about the beginning of these months, and the new complexion of certain symptoms for a certain time, although they neither differed in kind nor in the treatment required, from the fever which ran through the whole year, are strong proofs of the difficulty of distinguishing by its phenomena alone all the different forms of fever at different times. By looking, however, carefully to the other diseases of the same year, as well as to the proper symptoms of the fever, and its tendency towards this or that evacuation, it may be done. The consideration, too, of the method or medicine whereby it is most easily cured conduces much toward the same investigation. 7. As to the other differences of the symptoms which accompany stationary fevers, they only have reference to the different periods of the constitution. Hence, they are either intense or remure, as the symptoms of the other epidemics to which they belong are heightened or depressed. 8. To return to the question. This fever, which, as aforesaid, began with the bloody flux, kept pace with it, except for a short time when it withdrew a little during the prevalence of the other epidemics of the year. Yet it continued during the whole constitution, attack BMG, few or many as the case might be. 9. Now as to the cure. T had observed that the phenomena of many of the sufferers from the flux were plainly the phenomena of the solitary fevers of the year. Hence, it was reasonable to attempt the cure by an imitation in some sort of that evacuation by which nature was wont to expel those sharp and corrosive matters, which was the containing cause both of the flux and the fever that went with it. So that I proceeded with the fever, even as with the flux, in respect to both the bleeding and the repetition of the purging. The only exception was in the use of paregorics. In the cases of fever, these, when exhibited between the purgings, did mischief, whereas they did good in the dysentery. In the fever, they retained what should have been expelled. On the first days, the patient fed on barley and oatmeal broths, panado, and the like. His drink was small beer, slightly warmed. After having been once or twice purged, there was no necessity for denying him a little chicken, or some similar digestible meat. The purging treatment gave us a latitude in this respect, which we should not have had without it. The third purge a day between each generally cured the disease, but not always. Sometimes fresh ones were required. If after the fever the strength of the patient was broken and worn out, and this was commonly the case with hysterical women, I tried to call back the spirits by a small dose of laudanum. This remedy, however, I seldom repeated, and I never prescribed it at all until 2 or 3 days had elapsed from the last purge. Nothing, however, was so refreshing and restorative as the free use of the air. As soon as the fever had receded, the hint to this practice was taken at the beginning of the Constitution. Whilst I was very thoughtfully and anxiously turning over in my mind the nature of this new fever, I was called to a young woman who lived near me. She had a pain, one the forepart of her head, which much distressed her, and besides this, the other symptoms by which dysenteric fever is overloaded. On inquiring of her how the fever had come on, and how long she had had it, I learned that a fortnight before she had suffered from the dysentery, which was then so common, that this went off either of its own accord or from the effect of medicines, and that after it had so gone off, the fever with pain in the head came on. Hereupon I conjectured that the best way of meeting these symptoms was by substituting for the flux that had been checked some similar evacuation. I cured her accordingly. This was treatment suited to the fevers of the Constitution, and in general they yielded easily. I always consider that in acute diseases it is not sufficient to do what is done by the rashest of old women, prove that the treatment is good from the event being favorable. More than this is required. The disease must be conquered easily, and, as far as its nature will allow, must go off of its own accord. This, however, is by the way. At the beginning of June 1672, the most noble and learned Lord Salisbury suffered from this fever, and from gripes, his belly being nevertheless bound. He sent for me and was cured by the method proposed. And I needed none other as long as the fever lasted. 12. In young people, and sometimes in others a little older, this fever would affect the head. In such cases, the patient was delirious. Yet it was not the delirium of fever in general, the delirium of the nature of a frenzy. It was a sort of stupor, and more akin to a charis or lethargy. This happened chiefly to those who, at the onset of the disease, were unlucky enough to have resorted to all sorts of means to force sweats. Nor was I lucky enough at that time to know how to relieve them. Yet I tried all the noted medicines and left no stone unturned. And so much for the fever of this Constitution. Chapter 15. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 4. Measles in the year 1671. Pug measles set in early as usual, i.e. at the beginning of January. They gained strength every day until they reached their height about the vernal equinox. After this, they gradually decreased at the same rate, and by the month of July were wholly gone. As far as I have hitherto seen, I believe these measles to be the most perfect disease of their genus, for which reason I shall record their history with all the care and minuteness that the observations which I then made will warrant to cut. This disease begins and ends within the above-named period. It generally attacks infants, and with them runs through the whole family. It begins with shiverings and shakings and with an inequality of heat and cold, which during the first day mutually succeed each other. By the second day, this is terminated in a genuine fever, accompanied with general disorder, thirst, want of appetite, white but not dry, tongue, slight cough, heaviness of the head and eyes, and continued drowsiness. Generally, there is a weeping from the eyes and nostrils, and this before passes for one of the surest signs of the accession of the complaint. But to this may be added another sign equally sure, viz., the character of the eruption. Although measles usually shows itself by an exanthema upon the face, there appears upon the breast a second sort of breaking out. This consists in broad red patches on a level with the skin rather than true exanthemata. The patient sneezes as if from cold, his eyelids, a little before the eruption, become puffy. Sometimes he vomits. Oftener he has a looseness, the stools being greenish. This last symptom is commonest with infants teething, who also are more cross than usual. The symptoms increase till the 4th day. At that period, although sometimes a day later, little red spots, just like flea bites, begin to come out on the forehead and the rest of the face. These increase both in size and number, group themselves in clusters, and mark the face with largish red spots of different figures. These red spots are formed by small red papules thick set, and just raised above the level of the skin. The fact that they really protrude can scarcely be determined by the eye. It can, however, be ascertained by feeling the surface with the fingers. From the face where they first appear, these spots spread downwards to the breast and belly, afterwards to the thighs and legs. Upon all these parts, however, they appear as red marks only. There is no sensible protuberance by which they show themselves above the level of the skin. 3. In measles, the eruption has not the same effect in allaying the previous symptoms as it has in smallpox. The cough and fever still continue, so does the difficulty of breathing. The deflection and the weakness still remain in the eyes. The continued drowsiness and want of appetite all keep on as before. The continuance, however, of the vomiting I have never yet observed. On the 6th day there or thereabouts, the forehead and face grow rough, the ceanicle being broken and the pustules dying off. At the same time, the spots upon the rest of the body attain their greatest breadth and redness. By the 8th day, the spots have disappeared from the face and show but faintly elsewhere. On the 9th day, no spots anywhere. In place thereof, the face, trunk, and limbs are all covered with particles of loosened cuticle, so that they look as if they had been powdered over with flour, since the particles of broken cuticle are slightly raised, scarcely hold together, and, as the disease goes off, peel off in small particles and fall from the whole of the body in the form of scales. 4. The measles most usually disappear about the 8th day, at which time the vulgar, deceived by their reckoning in cases of smallpox, insist that they have struck in. In reality, however, they have finished their course. Thus, it is believed that those symptoms which come on as the measles go off are occasioned by their being struck in too soon, for it must be noted that just at the time in question, the fever and the difficulty in breathing increase, and the cough becomes so harassing that the patient can sleep neither night nor day. Infants, especially when they have been subjected to the hot regimen, pustules so in the text of Dr. Greenhill. And patients generally who have had recourse to hot remedies for the sake of promoting the eruption are liable to these symptoms, which show themselves just as the measles give way. Hence, they may be thrown into a pneumony, and this kills more patients than either the smallpox itself or any symptom connected therewith. Yet, provided that the measles are properly treated, they are free from danger. Anhydria is a frequent symptom. This may succeed the disease and run on for weeks after every other symptom has departed. Indeed, it is of great danger to the patient from the loss of spirits referable to the profuseness of the evacuation. Sometimes, too, after the more intense kinds of the hot regimen, the eruption grows first livid and afterwards black. This happens to adults only, and when it does happen, all is over with the patient, unless, immediately upon the blackness, he be assisted by means of bloodletting and the cooling effects of a more temperate method. The treatment of measles, like their nature, is nearly the treatment of smallpox. Hot medicines and the hot regimen are full of danger, however much they may be used by ignorant old women with the intention of removing the disease as far as possible from the heart. This method, above others, has been most successful with me. The patient is kept to his bed for no more than 2 or 3 days after the measles have come out. In this way, the blood may gently and in its own way breathe out through the pores of the skin those inflamed particles which are easily separable, but which offend it. He has therefore neither more blankets nor more fire than he would if well. All meats I forbid, but I allow oatmeal gruel and barley broth, and the like, sometimes a roasted apple. His drink is either small beer or milk boiled with 3 parts of water. I often ease the cough, which is constant in this disease, with a pectoral decoction taken now and then, or with linctus given with the same view. Above everything else, I take care to give diacodium every night throughout the disease. KK pectoral decoction, LBSS. Syrup of violets, syrup of maidenhair aazis, mix, and make into an apposum. Take 3 or 4 ounces 3 or 4 times a day. 9 of sweet almonds, 3J, syrup of violets, syrup of maidenhair, ATOJ. White sugar candy, QS mix, and make into a linctus, to be taken frequently, especially when the cough is distressing. Syrup of white poppy tree. Mix and make into a draught, to be taken every night. If the patient be an infant, the dose of the pectoral and anodyne must be lessened according to his age. 6. He that uses this remedy rarely dies, nor, with the exception of the necessary and inevitable symptoms of the disease, is he afflicted with any superadded disorders. It is the cough which is the most distressing. However, it is not dangerous unless it continue after the disease is gone, and even then if it last a week or a fortnight by the use of fresh air and the proper pectoral remedies, it is got rid of with no great difficulty. Nay, it may go off of its own accord. 7. But if, however, the patient, from the use of cordials or from a hot regimen, be in a condition which is by no means unfrequent after the departure of the measles. 1. If his life be endangered from the violence of a fever, from difficulty of breathing, or from any other symptom of a parapneumonia, I take blood from the arm, and I do it with remarkable success. The bleeding is proportionate to the age, but it can be applied even to infants. At times I have even repeated it, under divine providence. I have saved many infants in this way, and I know of no other. The symptoms themselves occur with infants at the recession of the eruption, and they are so fatal that they do more to fill Charon's boat than the smallpox itself. Further, the diarrhea, which has been stated to follow the measles, is equally cured by bloodletting. It arises, as in pleurisy, parapneumonias, and other inflammatory diseases, from the vapors of inflamed blood rushing upon the bowels, and so forcing them to the secretion. Nothing but venesection allays this. It makes a revulsion of the sharp humors and reduces the blood to its proper temperature. 8. Let no one wonder that I recommend bleeding with tender infants. As far as I have observed, it is as safe with them as with adults. Indeed, so necessary is it in some cases that, in respect to these particular symptoms, and in respect to some others as well, infants cannot be cured without it. For instance, how could we ease the convulsions of the teething time of infants which take place about the 9th or 10th month, and are accompanied with pain and swelling of the gums, compression, and irritation of the nerves, and paroxysms that arise therefrom without venesection? In such cases, it is better by far than all the most vaunted specified, be they what they may. Some of these indeed add to heat, and do mischief, and, however much they may have the credit of arresting the disorder by means of some occult property, frequently kill the little sufferer. At present, too, I say nothing about the immense relief afforded in the pertussis, or the whooping cough of infants by venesection. Here it leaves far behind it all pectoral remedies whatsoever. Not What has been said concerning the cure of those symptoms which occur during the going off of measles occasionally applies to the treatment of them at their height. It does so when they are occasioned by an adventitious and artificial heat. In 1670, I was called in to see a maidservant of the Lady Anne Barringtons, suffering under this disease, together with a fever and difficulty of breathing, with purple spots discoloring the whole of her body, and with other symptoms of the most dangerous kind. I put down all this to the hot regimen and the abundant hot medicines which she had used, and so I bled her at the arm and ordered a cooling pectoral pison to be taken frequently. By the help of this, and by a more tempered regimen, the purple spots and the other bad symptoms gradually disappeared. 10. This disease, as stated above, began in the month of January, and increased every day until the vernal equinox. From that time forwards it decreased, and wholly disappeared in July, with the exception of a few places where it showed itself in the following spring. It never returned during any of the years in which the present constitution prevailed. So much for the measles, anomalous, smallpox, alioros. Chapter 16. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 4. Anomalous smallpox of the years 1670, 1671, 1672. We have already said that the measles last described introduced another sort of smallpox, different from the one of which we have previously treated, a sort which broke out about the same time with the measles, viz. At the beginning of January 1669, this, although less epidemic than the measles, accompanied them throughout the time they were predominant. And when the measles ceased, the smallpox continued to the end of the Constitution. Nevertheless, it gave way to the bloody flux. This was paramount. The autumn favored it. In the winter, however, as the flux was suppressed by the cold, which was unfavorable to it, the smallpox returned. And this was the order throughout all the years of the Constitution, except that during the last autumn thereof, that of 72, the Constitution was fading, so that whilst it was slow to promote the dysenteries, which were then growing old, the smallpox, contrary to custom, was particularly rife. Hence, it divided this part of the Constitution with the flux. And it was not easy to say which disease attacked the most persons. As far as I may guess, it was the flux which was the most prevalent. Furthermore, just like epidemics in general, the smallpox was very severe at its first approach, and it increased day by day until it reached its height. Having passed this, it decreased gradually, both as to the violence of the symptoms and the number of the sufferers. 2. But now I must come to the particular phenomena of the present sort. The first appearance was contrary to my previous expectation. There were considerable points of difference between the symptoms of this smallpox and that of the last constitution which I had so diligently observed. At present, however, I shall only treat of those appearances which differed from those of the other sort, omitting all that was common to that disease which I have already so largely described. 3. The distinct kind differed from the common distinct kind of the previous constitution in the following points. Firstly, the distinct eruption had hitherto rarely come out before the first day. It now came out generally on the third. This also is the case with the confluent sort. Secondly, the present pustules rose to a less size than the last, but they were more angry, and during the last days of the disease, when they came to maturity, were often black. Thirdly, Fay patient was sometimes, though not often, attacked by salivation, as in the confluent smallpox, even when the pustules were few. From all this, it is proved that the distinct smallpox of the present year came close to the nature of the confluent, and that it partook of a more intense inflammation than is generally the case where it is so distinct. 4. As to the confluent sort, it differed from other forms observed by me in other years in many points. These I shall enumerate. The eruption appeared either on the second or on the third day. It appeared also in the shape of a reddish uniform swelling covering the whole face, thicker than the swelling of erysipelas, and with no visible space between the pustules. The remainder of the body was disguised by a mass of innumerable pustules, red, angry, running together, and like a broad band. Upon this ground were scattered several vesicles, just like the vesicles of a burn, conspicuous enough in respect to size, and distended with clear serum which flowed out plentifully when the skin was broken, the flesh underneath being black and, as it were, mortified. This terrible symptom was rare, and indeed it was only during the first month of the predominance of the disease that it appeared, 5 at that time. An honest man named Collins, a brewer in St. Giles's parish, was one among many other sufferers and sent for me at the beginning of January 69. Mr. Collins's son, who was an infant, had bladders on his thighs as big as a walnut filled with clear serum. When the skin broke, the underlying flesh looked all mortified. Soon after, the child died, and death was the lot of all those whom I ever saw with this fatal symptom. On the 11th day, there or thereabouts a white shining pellicle covered the reddish swelling in many parts of the face, and at length became spread over the whole. Soon afterwards, this pellicle threw out a crusty shining matter, the color whereof was neither yellow nor brown, the colors in the usual sorts of smallpox, but of a deep red, like clotted blood. This, as the pustules ripened, waxed dark, till the whole face became steeped black, as with soot. In the other kind of confluent smallpox, the patient was in the greatest danger on the 11th day, a day that to most of them was the last. In this kind, however, unless from a moderate heat of the regimen he could only find coolness in the grave, he commonly lived on till the 14th, 15th, and even to the 17th day, and if this was got over, he recovered. It must be remarked, however, that those who were marked for death by that fatal symptom of vesicles and mortification, which had been described as occurring during the first month of the constitution, died within a few days of the eruption. 7. Both the fever and the symptoms in general which preceded or accompanied this kind of smallpox were more violent than in the former, and indicated a greater inflammation. The patients were more inclined to pealism, the pustules were angrier, as well as much smaller, so much so that, on their first appearance, one could hardly distinguish them from erysipelas or from measles, if the last named disease had not been clearly known by the day of the eruption, and by other signs enumerated in the history of measles. When the pustules fell off, the scurf stuck on for a longer time than before, and imprinted fouler marks on the skin. It is fit to be noted that during the whole of this constitution, wherein dysentery raged as an epidemic, when the smallpox was exasperated by a hot regimen, it sometimes made its way out by means of a flux. This I had never before observed. 8. But I may remark that this smallpox was not accompanied by symptoms thus dreadful throughout its whole course. After the second year there was a change. The smallpox of the third year, 1672, began to grow mild, put off its blackness, and grew by degrees yellow like a honeycomb. This being the hue natural to the legitimate smallpox during the period of its maturity. Hence, during the last year of the Constitution, it was altogether as benign and favorable as the nature of the disease allows. Nevertheless, it was quite manifest that it was to be referred to a fresh class, both from the small size of the pustules and from the salivation, as well as from other matters, by reason of that ignorance of the causes of every specific difference in which we are involved. It may be impossible for us to draw up a formal reason for the differences between the present smallpox and those of other constitutions. I, nevertheless, am certain, from the several phenomena, that the inflammation was much more violent in the present than in the previous sort of variola. Hence, the whole principle of treatment was to regulate, by as many checks as possible, the unbridled ebullition of the blood. Now, after the exhibition of Hypnotides, as explained above, this was best done by the cool regimen, by allowing the patient the free use of such drinks as would not heat him, but would rather allay that violent heat, which in this disease at the ripening of the pustules harasses and dries up the patient more than in any other. Now the white decoction, which is made of bread, a small quantity of calcined hartshorn, and a large quantity of water, sweetened with sugar, is good. But milk and water, 1 part milk to 3 of water, boiled is better. It is more palatable to the patient, as well as more cooling, and it is not only by allaying the violent heat which attends the fever of maturation that free draughts of liquid do good. They do good also by promoting the salivation and by protracting it to a period beyond what would be the case if the patient were overheated. Besides this, I have often observed that liquors thus freely drunk have succeeded so well, that by their use the smallpox, which began with the signs of the confluence sort, became, during its progress, distinct, that the pustules which would otherwise, as they ripened, have thrown off a matter which was at first red, and afterward black, became yellow, and lastly, that, instead of being small and angry, they were just as should be. 10. With women who have the smallpox, menstruation is frequently present. This in no wise contraindicates the free use of diluents. Indeed, if the courses do not appear at their proper times, such drinks are indicated. There is only one reason why women are endangered. The blood is over-attenuated by the heat of the disease. Q.D. data porta root. It follows the guidance of nature. It does this all the more violently when the ill-placed care of female doctors has added fuel to fire in the shape of a hot regimen, decoctions of hartshorn, marigold flowers, and the like. On the other hand, whatever is a potent diluent to the blood, and whatever tempers it, helps to keep in its proper state both the pustules and the swelling of the hands and face. It does not perhaps do this immediately, but it does check confluence. Heating remedies do the contrary. However much they may appear to have such a tendency, they are wide of the mark, inasmuch as they promote the continued flux of the blood. I have no doubt but that many women have died through this error. Their attendants have feared lest the pustules should flatten by reason of the flux of the blood, and have consequently tried to meet the danger by cordials and a hot regimen, and by so doing they have destroyed the poor women. By mixing up various astringents with their cordials, they have been overbusy about stopping the hemorrhage, and keeping up the pustules and the swelling to their due height, 1L. Not long ago I treated a lady, equally eminent for her birth and virtues, who was laboring under an ill-conditioned black smallpox. Now, however much I forbid, at the beginning of the disease, all things by which the blood may be added, and that in this case, because the patient was in the flower of her youth, was of a sanguine temperament, and was suffering at the very hottest time of year, she was suddenly taken on the 3rd day of the eruption, with so profuse a flow of the courses, and that at an unusual time, that the women about her fancied that she must have miscarried, and this symptom lasted violently for several days. Nevertheless, I did not think fit to intermit the drinks of milk and water that I had at first prescribed. I even ordered them to be taken more freely. This I did throughout the disease, and more especially when the fever of maturation was coming on. At that time, that very learned and candid physician, Dr. Millington, formerly a fellow of the same college with myself, and now my very good friend, joined in consultation, and he, perceiving that, considering the nature of the disease, all things went well, readily consented that our patient should go on drinking the aforesaid liquors, and that freely, since she frequently declared that they were both cooling and agreeable to her, that they refreshed her, and that they promoted the spitting. When, however, the face began to harden and to be covered with a crust, we feared lest our patient should be hurt by reason of putrid vapors from the purulent matter, which in this preeminently bad sort of smallpox smelt ill, and accordingly allowed a few teaspoonfuls of mulled canary wine to be taken once a day, or as often as she felt sick at stomach. With these few things, along with a Paragrice draught taken every night, she recovered, having been threatened neither with delirium nor any other grave symptom saving and excepting only the hemorrhage aforesaid. The face and hands swelled as they ought to do. The pustules were as large as the nature of the disease admitted. The salivation was easy from first to last. Lastly, however much the pustules which beset the face might, as they ripened, take a dark hue, they were, for the other parts in general, more yellow than black. However great might be the degrees of heat and inflammation whereby the smallpox peculiar to this constitution might surpass the smallpox of other constitutions, experience taught me this, viz., that as long as the pustules were distinct, or even few one number, there was no need of throwing in so great a quantity of the aforesaid drinks. It was enough for the patient to drink small beer, according to his thirst, and to take also oatmeal gruel panado, and now and then a roasted apple. If he were past 14, he took a paregoric of diacodium in case he either was sick or began to grow lightheaded from lying awake. This, with the exception of keeping the patient in bed, was all I did whenever the pustules were few. And by this method alone, my dear son, William Sydenham, was, under God's blessing, recovered from the smallpox of the distinct sort of which he was ill in the December of 1670. I have nothing more to add concerning the smallpox of this constitution. It differs from the sort which I have described at large, only in being hotter and more inflammatory. This made it the more necessary to restrain the intense heat which was natural to it and which threatened to burn up the patient. Chapter 17. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1. Section 4. The bilious colic of the years 1670, 1671, 1672. LL. To noveli the whole of these years, the Constitution determined the blood towards the deposition of hot and choleric humors in the bowels. Hence, the bilious colic attacked more than usual. Now, although this disease, being chronic rather than acute, apparently lies beyond the scope of my present work, it nevertheless can be treated under the class that I am dealing with. It depended upon the same disposition of the blood, and coincided in time with the mass of epidemics which were then rife. I observed that the same febrile symptoms which preceded the dysentery of the years in question preceded this disease also, besides which, as has been already remarked, it occasionally trod on the heels of the dysentery of the time, even after that disease had apparently finished its work in afflicting the patient, and apparently wound up with taking leave of him. Furthermore, where such was not the case, and the disease which it followed was not an obstinate dysentery, it was generally a fever which, having lasted for a few hours only, terminated in bilious colic. 2. Those whom it generally attacked were youths of a hot or bilious temperament, and these it attacked chiefly during the summer. The pain of the intestines was intense, intolerable beyond the worst sufferings that the most wretched of men have to struggle with. Sometimes it constricted the intestines like a bandage. Sometimes it concentrated its force and was like the boring of an auger. At times the pain remitted. At times it came on in paroxysms. Of these the patient was aware beforehand, and showed both by voice and look that his pains and fears were equal. Nevertheless, at the beginning of the disease, the pain was less fixed to a given point than it became during its progress. Neither was the sense of sickness so constant, nor yet were the bowels so pertinaciously resistant to cathartics. The more, however, that the pain increased, the more it fixed itself to a point, and then the vomiting became 13 more frequent and the constipation more obstinate. And this last symptom proceeded until its violence, unless arrested by remedies, determined a total inversion of the peristaltic motion, and ileus. Then are cathartics transformed into emetics, and even enemata are carried upwards through the whole tract of the intestine and expelled by the mouth, feces and all. The matters thus ejected, if unmixed and natural, are either green or yellow, or of some other irregular and unusual color. 8. Each and all of the phenomena of this disease evidently show that it originates in the elimination upon the intestines of some acridity, either as a humor or as an exhalation. Hence, the primary indication for its cure is the evacuation of that humor, of that which is antecedently in the veins, as well as of that which, as the containing cause of the disease, one shut up in the intestines. Whilst the next in order is the coercion of the rush of the humors thitherward, along with the assuagement of the intolerable agony by means of anodynes. Upon these grounds I order a free bleeding, and 3 or 4 hours after the exhibition of an anodyne. The next day I prescribe a lenitive cathartic. This I repeat 2 days after. Sometimes a third is required, but this is regulated by the amount of the humors that is left. Now it must be observed that in those cases where the disease has originated in either an improper indulgence in the fruits of the season, or in any other form of indigestible food, the stomach is the first thing to be dealt with. This must be washed out with posset, which posset will be again thrown up by vomiting. This having been done, an anodyne must be taken. The next day a vein must be breathed. The remainder of the treatment must proceed in the order I have already explained. 5. The violence, however, of the pain and the extent to which the action of the bowels is inverted by vomiting may resist the action of cathartics. In this case, we must put out our whole strength. Half measures will be hurtful. Mild cathartics will go for nothing, except with very tractable bowels. For these we must look out. Medicines which, when you not pass through the intestines, do more harm than good. They disturb to no purpose. the vomiting and pain increase. The best cathartic in such cases is a lenitive infusion of tamarind, senna, and rhubarb with a little manna and syrup of roses. This creates least commotion amongst the humors. Now, when, either on account of the patient's aversion to medicine in a liquid form or from a tendency to vomit, a draught cannot be kept on the stomach, we must have recourse to pills. Of these, the pilocochi are the ones that I like best. Both in the present case and in all others, they act and act steadily. When, however, the weakness of stomach is so great that even pills are thrown up, I order an anodyne in the first instance, and a few hours afterwards. A cathartic, the interval being sufficient to allow it to high in the belly long enough to communicate its purgative effect, and not to be overruled by the anodyne. Then, when the effect of the one is over, that of the other begins, although the purge, if it could be done, is best given a long time after the anodyne. For 12 hours after taking it, the anodyne, the patient's bowels are slow to move and answer but sluggishly to the cathartic. 6. In this, as in most other diseases where narcotics are indicated, a purge always increases the pain. It does so, at least when its operation is over, for whilst it is in effect, it often goes easier with the patient. Hence it is my practice to throw in an anodyne as soon as the activity of the cathartic has ceased. This L order to be taken night and morning every day at mid-time between the purges, and this is done for the sake of more surely assuaging the pain, until the purging shall have done its work fully and effectually. 7. As soon as the purging is over, I administer an anodyne, the night and morning following. This does all that is now left to do it, restrains the orgasm of the humors. Sometimes I have to repeat it, and that oftener than once. Indeed, when the pains are of a more violent nature, nothing but a full dose, repeated, will do. Mischief of a certain amount is more than a match for a medium dose. As long, therefore, as such pain continues, so long is it safe to repeat the anodyne. When the pain has ceased, the case is altered. Hence I regulate my practice by the pain, and repeat the narcotic until it either ceases or grows mild, allowing, however, time between the doses sufficient to determine the effect of each, and looking to the probable effects of a first before the superaddition of a second. Generally, however, unless the pain be excessive, a paregoric night and morning is enough. My usual formula is that of the liquid laudanum above mentioned. Of these, 16 drops in a cordial distilled water is a dose, and it may be increased in case the pain once immoderate. 8. This is both the simplest method and the one which, with me, has succeeded the best. The peccant humor is first got rid of by bleeding and purging, and then rest ones ensured by an anodyne. Your carminative enemata are merely so much fresh irritation. Instead of accomplishing their object and eliminating the humors, they prolong the disease by disturbing them. Nevertheless, I must make one observation of importance. Much as I have insisted upon the necessity of both bleeding and purging preceding the application of sedatives, there are cases, occasionally, where both must be omitted, and where we must start with a narcotic. Thus, in cases where free evacuations, referable to some previous ailment, have immediately preceded the chole, further catharsis is not only superfluous but prejudicial. It creates new commotions and disturbs things afresh. And that such previous purging is not rare, we may collect from the extent to which debility of intestines caused by either an access of heat or an immoderate draught of fermented liquors has subjected the convalescent from some other disease to an attack of colic. Of those cases where the patient has drenched himself with clysters before he sent for the physician, I say nothing. Either on these grounds or on account of the advanced stage of the disease, narcotics are the starting point. 9. In the month of August 1671, the most noble Baron Annesley, who was suffering some days from bilious colic, accompanied with intolerable pain, and frequent desire to vomit, sent for me to see him at Belvoir Castle. He had already tried all kinds of clysters and other remedies to boot, and these had been ordered him by the most learned medical men of the parts around. G made no difficulty in prescribing the repeated exhibition of narcotics after the plan described, by the use whereof he mended every day and returned along with me to London a healthy man. 10. Since, however, the pain has preeminently a tendency to return, all occasions for its so doing must be cut off by the exhibition of an anodyne twice a day for some days. And if, as Chapsi Chili section 14 Kajit is sometimes the case, as often as the narcotic is omitted, the pain come on afresh. There was nothing that I have hitherto been able to think of that is so certain a means of effecting a thorough cure as riding on horseback or in a carriage in the case of long journeys. In the meanwhile, an anodyne must be taken regularly, night and morning. By exercise of this kind, the matter that sets up the disease is brought down to the habit of the body, and the blood, being committed out of perpetual agitation, is depurated, as it were, afresh, whilst the bowels themselves, by the excitation of the native heat, are not a little strengthened and restored. I am not ashamed to own that, by calling in to my aid this sort of exercise, I have more than once thoroughly cured the disease, when I have been unable to cure it otherwise. It must not, however, be tried before the patient has been duly and sufficiently purged, and it must not be given up until after several days. 11. A poor neighbor of my OWN, who is still living, was during the years in question afflicted with a most violent bilious colic, which he had tried in vain to subdue by purges, clysters, and by swallowing leaden bullets. I ordered him to use narcotics frequently. This he did, and as often as he did so, found himself relieved. The disease, however, was only palliated, not cured. It returned when the virtue of the anodyne was spent. So I took pity on the poor man, and lent him a horse out of my own stable, in order that he might take a journey after the manner prescribed. After having traveled a few days, his bowels grew strong enough to enable him to throw off the relics of the disorder. In this way he was thoroughly cured without the use of anodynes. 12. To speak of things as they really are, I found that this sort of exercise has been used with good success in most other chronic diseases. The patient, however, must persevere in it resolutely. If we consider that the lower belly, wherein lay the organs of secretion, is shaken up by it, to the extent of some 1,000 succussions a day, we may easily conceive how it may be enabled thereby to shake off any of the recrementitious juices there impacted, and also that it may be so strengthened by that powerful excitation of the native heat, that it shall duly do its work in the office which nature has assigned it, the depuration of the blood. 13. If the patient be young and of a hot temperament, I order a cooling, thickening diet, such as pulp of barley, panado, and the H-key, and every third day, if the stomach be craving, I allow a tender young chicken or a boiled whiting. I also allow no other drink than small beer, or milk and water. More than this I rarely do, unless the riding, which is so necessary in restoring health, demand a fuller diet, and more generous drinks, for the sake of making good the loss from the exhaustion of the spirits by reason of the exercise. Furthermore, observation proves that when the disease from bad treatment has harassed the patient for a length of time, so that the bowels become languid and the body be all but worn out by extreme loss of flesh and debility, the free use of plague water, of aqua mirabilis, or of any other water which the patient preferred when in health, will benefit him beyond all expectation. For by such means the scanty relics of the native heat and spirits are stirred up, whilst the preternatural ferment that sticks to the bowels, and that from time to time supplies fuel to fresh fits ones extinguished by liquors more spirituous than itself. 15. As in the cure of the disease, so it is when the disease is over. The thin diet of which we have spoken should be kept for some time. The present disease has a greater tendency to relapse than any other. Its seat is the seat of the organs of concoction, the bowels. These are already weakened, so that even the smallest error of diet will bring back mischief at once. Hence, in this, as in all affections of the bowels, indigestible foods are to be avoided as the worst of evils, whilst even those that pass for digestible must be taken in quantities sufficient to support life, and not more. 16. An hysteric disease, very like the bilious colic, both in respect to the violence and situation of the pain, affects some women. The humors also, which are vomited up, are of a yellow and green color. I here take the opportunity of treating of this distemper, lest any one take it for the bilious colic. 17. Such women as are of a lax and crude frame of body are most liable to it. So are those who have long suffered from hysteric indispositions of any other sort. Most of all, however, are those mothers who have had difficult labors, which they have but just escaped, the child having been too large for their strength and constitution. A pain almost as violent as the pain of colic or of ileus seizes the region of the stomach. Sometimes it goes a little lower down. Then violent vomitings follow, the matter cast up being sometimes yellow, sometimes green. Furthermore, I have often observed that there is a greater dejection of spirits and more despair than in any other disease whatsoever. After a day or two, the pain passes off, but a few weeks after returns as violent as ever. Sometimes it is attended with marked jaundice, which goes off of its own accord in a few days. When all the symptoms are gone and when the patient seems to have recovered, the slightest mental disturbance, whether caused by anger or grief, and to this females are very liable, will bring the pain back again. The same will be the case after walking or any sort of exercise taken too soon. From these and the like causes, in lax and weak frames, arise the vapors, by which word I mean just what the vulgar mean. Be they real vapors or be they convulsions of particular parts, the phenomena are the same. $18 BWA. These vapors, or these convulsions, when they have invaded any particular part of the body, produce symptoms coincident with the symptoms of the part affected. The disease which they produce is one and the same in all cases. Yet it imitates in a masterly manner each and all of the diseases of humanity. This is shown by the particular affection before us. If it settle in the parts near the colon, it imitates to a nicety the bilious colic. And so, in respect to other parts, it may affect one of the kidneys, and there shall be violent vomiting. It may follow the course of the ureters, and look like a calculus, and this may be exasperated by clysters and by lithotriptics, and by other remedies used for forcing away a stone. At times, contrary to its usual habit, it being for the most part free from danger, it may kill the patient. I have seen symptoms of hysteria that were exactly the symptoms of stone in the bladder. It is not long since I was called up in the night to visit a countess who lived near me, and who was suddenly seized with a violent pain in the region of the bladder, and with a suppression of urine. Having discovered that she was subject to a variety of hysteric ailments, I thought that the disorder might be other than what it seemed to be. I therefore stopped her maid from throwing up a clyster that she had prepared, lest the disease should be increased. Instead of which, and instead of the emollients, such as the syrup of marshmallows and the like which the apothecary had brought with him, I ordered an anodyne. This soon removed the symptom. Indeed, there is no single part of the body, either inward or outward, which is wholly beyond the attacks of this disease. The jaws, the hips, the legs may each suffer. In all cases it excites violent pain, and when it goes off, it leaves a tenderness behind it which will not bear touching, and which is just as if the flesh had been bruised by a sharp beating. 19 East. Now, as I have said something in the way of a digression relating to the history of the hysteric colic, with the view that it may not be mistaken for the bilious colic, I will also, in the way of a digression, touch on some points connected with the cure of the pain, which is its concomitant symptom. As for the radical cure, which removes the disease by removing the cause, it is a question for a different speculation in a different place. 20. Venesection and repeated purges, which are plainly indicated in the beginning of bilious colic, find no place in this disease, except in the case which will be mentioned below. Experience tells us that the pain is exasperated and that all the symptoms are increased by the tumult that such remedies create. Hence I have more than once remarked that the repetition of even the mildest clysters has introduced a continuous series of fresh symptoms, and common sense confirms experience. The disease in question is referred to an ataxy and an inordinate motion of the humors, rather than to any corruption of them, a fact which becomes clear when we consider the several circumstances to which it generally owes its origin. These are large and undue losses of blood, violent emotions of either the mind or body, and the like. All this indicates that those remedies should be prescribed by which the perturbation of the spirits may be excited, and that, in their stead, Anodyne should be exhibited, however much the green disorderly matters of the vomit may appear to indicate the contrary. The color of vomited matters is too subtle a matter to serve as the grounds of any speculation in favor of the propriety of evacuations, which are naturally prejudicial. I have not a shadow of doubt, but that, by blunders of this sort, the disease, which, notwithstanding the pain it creates, does not endanger life, has frequently proved fatal. Add to this, that if the strongest emetic be taken one day, with the view of clearing off the foul matter of the stomach, whether green or of any other color, there will be just as much vomiting the next day, of just the same matter of the same color as before. 21. Nevertheless, it must be observed that sometimes there is so great an abundance of blood and humors as to resist the influence of narcotics, however frequently administered, in allaying the orgasm of the system, unless previous to their exhibition. Either a vein have been breathed or a motion procured. This I have observed to be commonest in women of a hot, and in women of a masculine habit, and as often as it is observed, we must prepare the way for the anodyne by either bleeding or purging or both. When each or either of these preliminaries has been tried, a moderate narcotic will doth the work. Without them, a large one will be thrown away. This, however, rarely happens. If it do, the medicines must not be repeated. When the bleeding and purging have been duly used in the way of preparation, the anodynes are to be given after the method that has been prescribed in bilious colic. That is, they must be given rarely or frequently, according to the persistence or the recession of the pain. This method has reference only to the present and instant relief of the excessive pain. As to the removal of the cause of the disease, I do not undertake to treat upon it in the present place. 22. Now, since this disease, both in hypochondriasis and in hysteria diseases, of which, as will be shown elsewhere, the principle is the same, very often ends in jaundice, and besides this, departs just in proportion as the jaundice advances. It strikes me as a proper remark to observe that, in the treatment of this sort of jaundice, cathartics must be wholly omitted. If used at all, they must be in the shape of rhubarb or something equally mild. There is danger lest purging excite new tumults. If so, all the symptoms may return. In this case, then there is nothing whatever to be done. The jaundice depends on the hysteria. As such, it will go away of itself and within a short time wholly disappear. If, however, the jaundice be slow to move off, we must have recourse to remedies. This is what I am wont to use: turmeric root, tojae, greater celandine, tops of the lesser centaury, out 1 handful. Boil in equal parts of Rhenish wine and spring water down to 2 pounds. Strain and dissolve in the strained liquor syrup of the 5 roots, 3 Ig mix, and make into an aposem, of which take half a pound warm night and morning until recovery. When jaundice comes on of itself, without being preceded by chole, we must order, in addition to the aforesaid alteratives, cholagogues, i.e. medicines which bring away the bile and stools. These must be given once or twice before the patient begins with the preceding aposem. Afterwards, too, he must take the same once a week during their use. Thus, a electuary of rose juice, 50 onite, rhubarb, finely powdered favest, syrup of chicory and rhubarb, QS make into a bolus, to be taken the first thing in the morning, and to be washed down with a draught of Rhenish wine. Now, if, after continuing these medicines for some time, the disease still remain obstinate, recourse must be had to chalybeate waters, such as those of Tunbridge. These must be drunk fresh from the spring every morning until the patient recover. Thus much concerning the diseases of this constitution. Chapter 18. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5, the Epidemic Constitution of part of the year 1673 or 1674, 1675. LL, and off the beginning of July 1673, a fresh species of fever set in. Nevertheless, as the Constitution was not yet so exclusively disposed to its propagation as to shut out altogether the diseases of the Constitution preceding, the fever in question was not very epidemic. Indeed, that form of smallpox which began during the year 1670 had not ceased, although its occurrence was less frequent and its symptoms more mild. The two maladies went together pari passu, neither being excessive. Few cases of dysentery still showed themselves, so that the old constitution was not so far abolished as to supply no instance of the old forms of disease, and the new one was not sufficiently confirmed to exterminate such instances as stood over. 2. Throughout the present autumn and throughout the whole of the winter, the smallpox went hand in hand with the fever, neither being excessive and the fluxes being all but gone. Nevertheless, during the month of November, there was a sharp frost that lasted a few days, followed by a more sudden and unexpected return of warmer weather than I ever remember at that time of the year. There then appeared a few cases of dysentery, and so there did here and there about Christmas time. These were the last flashes of an expiring lamp. With them, the disease, so far at least, as it was of the species in question, died away altogether. 3. The next years the measles appeared, and that prematurely, as early indeed as the month of January. They were fully as epidemic as the measles of 1670, these last beginning in January also. They found their way into every family, attacking children most. Still, they were less regular, and less in accordance with the typical forms of the particular disease, than the measles of the year preceding, upon which points of difference I shall treat more at large in the proper place. They kept on increasing until the vernal equinox, after which time they gradually decreased. By midsummer day they had disappeared. 4. Just as the epidemic measles, which set in during the year 1670, introduced the black smallpox, which has been described above, so did the measles of the present year introduce a smallpox of a similar sort also. The preceding smallpox, after the second year of its constitution, produced pustules Hg tighter and less black in color and fuller in size. Becoming more and more regular as the constitution proceeded, they were by the year 1673 quite natural, one considering the nature of the disease mild and favorable. Now, however, the disease was as virulent as ever, and the accompanying symptoms of the worst kind. This sort of smallpox gained ground during the following autumn. Indeed, it ran into the winter, and as that season was much warmer than the previous one, the disease was encouraged. As a colder season approached, it gave way and made room for the fever. 5. This fever, which had lasted throughout the whole year, spread its ravages far and wide in the July of 1676. As the autumn approached, it attacked the bowels and exhibited the symptoms of either dysentery or diarrhea. At times it was unaccompanied by any such symptom. It then attacked the head, rendering the patient heavy and dull. The smallpox, in the meanwhile, which had affected a few here and there, had wholly disappeared by the autumnal equinox, attacking scarcely a single individual. Now it was that the fever had the predominance, taking the lead of the other maladies of the year. It must be observed, nevertheless, that as this fever was more inclined to throw off the morbific matter on the bowels, and as it often excited dysentery and oftener still diarrhea, it gave rise to the notion that the gripings which did so much mischief arose from these two diseases, whereas in reality they were to be imputed to the fever. Everyone, however, who had any practice among the sick knew the predominance of the fever, and knew also that the aforesaid dysentery and diarrhea were symptoms rather than essential and primary diseases. 6. This was the course which was held by the fever throughout the autumn. Sometimes it attacked the head, sometimes the bowels. It everywhere put on the symptoms of the particular part affected. Such was the case till the end of October. At that time, the weather, which had been as warm and as mild as summer, suddenly changed to wet and cold. This brought on coughs and catarrhs, which were more numerous than ever I remember them to have been. What, however, is of more importance one's the fact that upon these coughs supervened the stationary fever of the year, and this, having once taken its hold, increased and varied in some of its symptoms from the fever of the previous part of the year. The attack of the previous fever had been chiefly determined towards the head and bowels. That of the present was towards the lungs and pleura, and as such gave rise to the symptoms of pneumonia and pleurisy. This was the case, although the fever of the July preceding had never changed its symptoms at all until such time as the catarrhs above mentioned made their appearance. 7. These catarrhs and coughs continued till the end of November, and when November had elapsed, suddenly decreased. The fever, however, remained as before, just as it was before the catarrhs. Nevertheless, it was less of an epidemic, and its symptoms were different, these having been dependent on the catarrhs. Furthermore, as the catarrhs receded, the smallpox appeared here and there sporadically, and it was in kind of the same virulent sort as the form that had gone before. Yet the symptoms, at least by the end of the second year, were less violent than at its first onset. How long this constitution will last is more than I can say. All that I know is what I know well, viz., that up to the present time it has been exceedingly anomalous and irregular, and that all the diseases which have originated from it have been the same. I will now treat of the epidemics of this constitution in the order in which they succeeded each other. Chapter 19. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5. The continued fever of the years 1673, 1674, 1675, 1. Tuts, like the other epidemics, manifestly showed that those symptoms with which it was associated at its onset were the signs of a greater amount of inflammation, and of an inflammation of a more spirituous kind than was the case after the disease had made progress. During the first years of its attack, and during the following spring, there supervened upon the fever the symptoms of pleurisy, and the blood which was drawn from the veins resembled, at least for the first or second drawing, that of pleurisy. Yet, as the disease became more advanced, these symptoms of a more intense inflammation abated. 2. Over and above the symptoms which are common to fevers of all sorts, the following occurred in the present. Generally, the patient was afflicted with severe pain of the head and back, with stupor, with pain, and a sense of tension in the limbs, joints, and whole body like that in rheumatism, but somewhat mild. During the first days, there were alternations of heat and cold. At times, at the commencement of the disease, there was a tendency to slight sweats. When the fever took its natural course, the tongue was neither dry nor very different from its usual color, except in being rather whiter, nor was there much thirst, if, however, the patient was heated beyond the usual amount of fever. The tongue became dry to a great degree, and yellowish-brown in color. The thirst also became intense, and the urine, which otherwise was natural, became deep red. A fever with these symptoms, if skillfully treated, left the patient about the 14th day. If very obstinate, it lasted till the 21st. 3. Amongst the symptoms of this fever, the most conspicuous was an affection akin to coma. Patients who were attacked by it were stupid or delirious, dozed for weeks together, and were awakened only by the loudest noises. When roused, they just opened their eyes, took their food or medicine according to custom, dozed again, and sometimes sunk into a complete loss of voice. 4. Recovery, when the patient returned to himself, began to take place about the 28th or 30th day, the first sign of which was an unnatural longing for some sort of strange and unusual food or drink. The head remained unsteady for some days, nodding this way or that. This, along with other signs, proved that it had been much affected. However, as the strength returned, the symptoms abated. 5 to 8. Sometimes Annette was less of a sleep than an incongruous and unmeaning muttering, just as if the patient was angry or disturbed. It never, however, arose to such a pitch of delirium and furor as is the case with smallpox and the brain fever. From such symptoms, moreover, the present differed in allowing the patient occasionally snatches of sudden sleep, when he snored loudly. Again, it was less acute but more lasting. Lastly, it was commonest with boys and young persons, whereas the sopor of frenzy and smallpox is a symptom which is commonest with adults. Both agreed on one point. By the application of heating remedies and by the promotion of perspiration, the mischief was transferred to the head, and the above-mentioned symptom followed accordingly. 6. When the head was unaffected, that is, when the foregoing complication neither came of itself nor was brought on by the doctor, the disease generally terminated within the fortnight. I've sometimes seen it go off within the 3rd or 4th day. 7. In the autumn of 1675, as stated above, this fever went off with the symptoms of either dysentery or diarrhea. Of these the latter was often prolonged, and with it the stupor. Each, however, was but a symptom of the fever. 8. Now, as to the treatment, immediately upon its appearance, I discovered that it was of a different class from the ones preceding. It differed in respect to many of its phenomena, and it differed in being less amenable to cathartics, remedies which I had previously applied with great success. I hesitated more than is my wont in fixing its nature, and I was proportionally anxious about the principles of my treatment. When it first broke out, it stood alone. There was no other epidemic synchronous with it. Hence I had no analogy to direct my conjectures. The smallpox was the black smallpox of the year 1670, of which it was a remnant, mild, and all but extinct. All, therefore, that remained to me was the examination of the disease in an isolated point of view. This I did to the best of my power, feeling my way, and keeping my eye on the Juvantia and Ladentia. 9. The racking pain in the head, and the tendency on the part of the disease to cause a pain in the side as well, taken along with the character of the blood, which was that of pleurisy, showed me at once that the inflammation was of no moderate kind. At the same time, I discovered that it would not bear the same free evacuations as pleurisy. After the first or second bleeding, the blood lost the glutinous color of its surface, and the patient received but little relief, except in those cases where the disease had passed into a true pleurisy. This it did when the treatment had been overheating, and it did so often as during the first spring of the Constitution, the spring of 1664. At that time it approached the character of a parapneumonia, being favored by the warmth of the weather, even although it had not attained its full maturity, and was of a more spirituous nature than afterwards. Experience, however, as well as example, deterred me from free bloodletting, although it was as clear as the noonday sun that the fever was inflammatory in its kind. Hence nothing was left whereby its heat might be abated except the frequent use of clysters and refrigerant medicines. Then there was, over and above the inflammatory affections, the phenomenon of stupor, so much more common in the present fever than in others. This indicated the repetition and continuance of the clysters as a means of diverting the febrile matter from the quarter to which it was so readily determined, viz., the head. Therefore, as repeated bleedings were borne but badly by the disease, I had recourse to the above-named substitutes. These made up for the want of it, tempered the heat of blood quietly and gradually, and eliminated the morbific causes. 10. Moreover, I judged that large blisters applied to the back of the neck were likely to be more advantageous in this fever than in fevers where the symptoms were less determined to the brain, inasmuch as the heat and pain of a blister acts as a derivative to the matters which would otherwise mount to the head, and brings them to the blistered parts. By these means, and by means of a refrigerant regimen, the disease would go off of itself, whilst, if treated differently, it would rage with great violence. This was made clear to me by very many observations. 1L. This, then, was the course I took. I began with taking as much blood from the arm as was suited to the age and strength of the patient and to other circumstances. At the same time, I applied a large blister to the nape of the neck. The next day I ordered a lenitive clyster. This was to be given early enough for its effects to have worked off by bedtime, that is at 2 or 3 o'clock. It was repeated every day until the force of the disease was broken. I then omitted it. Indeed, in all cases where the fever had gone beyond the 14th day, without amendment, I omitted it earlier. In this case, although the complaint had not been subdued by the previous clysters, no good was to be done by any subsequent ones. The edge was already taken off the disease. The patient was out of danger. The more violent symptoms had ceased to wear a threatening aspect, and all that remained to be done was to let the malady take its own course, and burn itself out by degrees Swiss viribus root. This plan, at this time, always answered better than any violent evacuations. In the way of diet, the patient was forbidden meat, but allowed small beer. 12. Another fact still stands over for notice. Manifold experience has convinced me that it is a point of good practice for the patient, and, consequently, it is not to be omitted in the consideration of the treatment of this disease. The patient must be out of bed for a few hours every day, and if too weak to get up, he must put on his clothes and lie upon it, with his head raised a little, in observing the extent to which this fever attacked the head. And one observing the inflammatory disposition of the blood, it struck me that the patient might be benefited by that position of the body which should prevent the heat from being increased. by the contact of anything from without, and at the same time retard the impetus of the blood towards the head. Now, confinement to the bed encourages the increase of heat, whilst from the intensity of the affection of the brain, the animal spirits become hot and tumultuous, and there arises from thence vehement action of the heart and an increase of the fever. 13 now, however much in this, and all other cases of fever. 14, where the inflammation is intense. It may benefit the patient to avoid continual confinement to the bed. It must also be remarked that if he keep up too long at a time, he will be able to irregular pains that will terminate in rheumatism, particularly if he do so at the decline of his disease. Sometimes, too, his skin will be discolored by jaundice. If this happen, he must be remanded to his bed and kept there, so that the particles which supply the fuel to the disease, jaundice or rheumatism, as the case may be dissipated through the open pores of the skin. The bed must be kept 1 or 2 days, not longer, and the perspiration must not amount to sweating. Accidents, however, of this kind occur very rarely, and never except towards the end of the complaint, and as the disease is then much abated, the patient may be left in bed more safely than either at its status or its commencement. At each of these periods, it is necessary to be a little out of bed in order to digest the febrile matter, since if the patient be too closely confined, the disease will be exasperated and increased. 14. An objection may be made against this method. It may be admitted to be well adapted towards determining the impetus of the blood from the head, and also towards relieving the patient. Yet it may be urged that it is not the proper treatment for the full elimination of the febrile matter. This, it may be said, should be first concocted, and then expelled by means of sweating. To this objection I answer that it proves nothing unless it can be shown that all fever is so carried off, and this is no easy matter. Reasoning will not tell us what fevers are to be destroyed by diaphoresis, and what by catharsis, but what reason will not do, experience will. More than this, we have good reason for believing that there are certain sorts of fever which nature cures by a way of her own, and dispatches without any visible evacuation, doing this by the reduction of the morbific matter, and by its assimilation with the mass of the blood at large, with which it has previously disagreed. Relying on this, I have in both the present fevers and in others, provided always that they are not intermittent, immediately at their onset and before the whole blood becomes tainted, reduced them to order by merely ordering small beer to be drunk as often and as largely as the patient wishes, and by forbidding all broths and all similar sorts of meat and drink, whatever. At the same time, I have allowed the patient his usual exercise in fresh air, never so often as once using evacuation. By this treatment, and after the abstinence of 2 or 3 days, I have cured both my own children and my dearest friends. The treatment, however, is suitable only for young persons and for patients of a sanguine temperament. 15. If we admit at all that nature cures fever by sweats only, we must mean those which break out just as the disease takes a turn, and those which are the result of a previous digestion, not those which are forced forth during the first days of the disease, and which arise from the interruption of the regular economy of nature. Sweats of this latter sort are, in my mind, not to be encouraged. The tumult which gives rise to them should be restrained. Sweats, too, of this sort attend many sorts of fever, but not all. Some fevers, I am well aware, are of a character which requires them, and that in the way of a crisis when they are at their turning point. Such are the particular paroxysms of intermittence. Such also is the frequent and important fever which depends upon the same constitution with the intermittence. In each of these cases, all treatment which does not go at once towards the previous digestion and the subsequent elimination through sweating of the morbific matter increases the disease. Hence, no evacuations have place in the treatment of fever except those that check the violence of the disease within the first few days from its attack. If they be resorted to, the patient will die of his doctor. The cause of the fever of plague being exceedingly fine and subtile may be dissipated in the way of sweats during the first days of the disease. This is shown by the experience of all. 16. But with those fevers, where the symptoms have an ordinary course, where the disease takes its own line, where we find no definite time for the preparation of the morbific matter, and no efforts on the part of nature to expel it. Then I consider it overboldness to force perspirations, to do violence to the disease, and to trust to this alone for the restoration of the patient. The divine old man teaches differently. That such is the case with the particular fever in question, I am fully convinced, and that by manifold experience, it cannot only be cured without sweatings, but the patient may be endangered by provoking them. There is no necessity for doing so, and there is danger of the morbific matter being carried upwards to the head. Nevertheless, both in this fever and in all others, even in the case of those which are the least liable to pass off by means of critical sweats, as often as such sweat come of its own accord, come at a time when the violent E of the disease has been abated, and come as the result of a proper concoction indicated by the remission of the symptoms, it is a sign which no wise physician will overlook. But if it be not of its own accord that it makes its appearance, who shall say that we may not kill a man by our attempts to dispose his humors to sweats of the sort we want, by means of a hot regimen and cordial drinks? A man who finds a treasure lying on the ground before him is a fool, if he do not stoop and pick it up. But he is a greater one who, on the strength of such a single piece of luck, wastes labor and risks life for the chance of another. Be the matter as it may, of this I am certain, viz., that the fever has heat enough of its own, and that it brings with itself all that is wanted for the preparation and concoction of the febrile matter, so that there is no call for fuel from without in the shape of a heating regimen. 17. The preceding method of treatment by means of clysters and venesection has been successful. The treatment by diaphoresis has ever been doubtful. It has harassed the patient and caused anomalous and ill-conditioned symptoms. The most prominent of such symptoms has been a silent sort of delirium, which is more of a comatose stupor than of a wild loquacity, and which has been stated above to be a common attendant on this disease. Occasionally, I have seen this complication arise of its own accord. Generally, however, it has been provoked by the over-officiousness of the nurse, who has misplaced her attention and tried to force a sweat. By this, the morbific matter, which in the present fever is not amenable to such a kind of evacuation, is violently agitated, and becomes transferred to the brain, greatly to the peril of the patient. 18. I have already mentioned, in speaking upon the treatment of a fever of a preceding constitution, that during its last years it was occasionally attended with a stupor like the one in question, that this stupor affected more especially children and youths, that it was less profound as well as less epidemic than the present form, that at the beginning of the disease I could not subdue the milder, much less the stronger, sort at all, that I left no stone unturned to do so, that I repeated venesections, that I tried them not only from the arm, but from the neck and foot, and that I did the same with blisters, cuppings, clysters, and diaphories of all kinds, under all forms and with all the parts where they could be applied. At length I determined, after having bled from the arm, blistered on the nape of the neck, and thrown up, during the first days of the disease, 2 or 3 clysters of sugar and milk, to do nothing whatever beyond forbidding the patient meat and fermented liquors. Meanwhile I watched what method nature might take with the intention of subduing the symptom, by treading in her footsteps. Now, whilst I so watched the disease, it departed, slowly and safely still it departed. From thence, therefore, I considered that this method should be applied to all such other cases as I might thenceforward have to treat. A fact of no small magnitude if we considered either the gravity of the symptom or the uniform success of the treatment. 19. I often think that we forget the good rule festina lent, that we move more quickly than we ought to do, and that more could be left to nature than we are at present in the habit of leaving her. To imagine that she always wants the aid of art is an error and an unlearned error too. If it were so, she would have provided for the human race less than its preservation demands. There is no proportion between the multitude of diseases and the means of cure. There is none now, and there was none in the days when medicine was most honored in its cultivation. What may be done in other diseases I know not. Lonely know, from careful observation, that in the fever which we now treat of, The aforesaid symptom, after resisting such general evacuants as bloodletting and anemia, was generally brought to a successful issue by time alone. 20. It has been stated that the signs of convalescence are sometimes deferred till the 30th day. This takes place in cases of protracted stupor, accompanied at times by loss of speech. At the end of such time, the patient will earnestly ask for some odd or unusual meat or drink, the ferment of the stomach being vitiated by the continuance of the disease. In this case, I consider the exhaustion of strength and the need for refreshment, so that I readily allow the patient to take what might otherwise be unfit for him, but which here is recommended by being palatable. 21. In the September of 1674, I attended the son of a bookseller who lived near me. The boy was 9 years old, named Not. You suffered from the fever and from the aforesaid symptom. I first bled him from the arm, then administered daily clysters during the commencement of the disease. I resisted the importunities of the mother, who wished to see her son cured more quickly than his safety would allow. I then held my hand for a while, and ordered nothing beyond a common julep, for the satisfaction of the mother rather than for the benefit of the boy. About the 30th he mended, became greedy after strange meats, some of which I allowed him to take, although in any other case I should have denied them. So with this treatment he at length recovered perfectly. 22. Now, although this stupor of a comatose kind is the stupor which most regularly attends the present fever, it sometimes, although rarely, one's replaced by a frenzy without stupor. The patient keeps awake for days together, is wholly unmanageable, and suffers from the symptoms which accompany the frenzies originating in either fever or smallpox. Unlike the stupor, this delirium admitted of no delays. Instead of waiting for the morbid matters to become digested, it killed the patient within a few days, unless the inflammation were previously checked. Here it was that I found the value of spirits of vitriol, which, after a single bleeding and the injection of 1 or 2 clysters, ordered to be dropped in small beer and to be used as an ordinary drink. This, within a few days, procured sleep, subdued the symptoms, and restored the patient to health, an effect which I could never procure otherwise. This also I have proved by abundant experience. 23. In the autumn of 1675, both dysenteric dejections and occasional diarrhea were superadded to the fever. I discovered at once that these were but symptoms, and not, as before, primary and original diseases. Notwithstanding this, when the cause of the disease was confined within the mass of the blood, venesection was indicated. This, with the addition of a narcotic taken twice afterwards, was enough for the cure of the complaint. 24. In the September of 1675, I was sent for by Mrs. Conisby, near the King's Mews. She had suffered from the fever and had been suddenly taken with gripings, followed immediately by mucus and bloody motions. Although her strength was prostrated by the fact of the disease being some days old, and still more by the frequency of the motions, which had been exceedingly distressing the night before, I nevertheless bled her at once from the arm, and ordered a narcotic to be taken soon after. This being done, that very night the motions became fecal. The morning and evening following, I repeated the narcotic, and prescribed, besides, a mild cordial to raise her spirits. She recovered forthwith. 25. As for the diarrhea, it gave me but little trouble. As far as I could see, whether there was stupor or whether there was none, it neither hurt nor helped. Hence, I took no indications of treatment from its presence, provided always that it kept within certain limits, and did not, from its own proper violence, endanger the life of the patient. If it did, I gave a narcotic without hesitation, and I remark that this is the only case, during the whole course of the disease, in which the use of anodynes is admissible. The great tendency towards stupor is increased by their administration. Hence, unless in cases of urgent necessity, they are not to be resorted to. 26. It must be remarked that it frequently happens that convalescence from this, as from other fevers, especially when they have been protracted one duration, and have distressed the patient by large and continued evacuations, are liable, whilst lying in bed, to a fit of heat followed by profuse sweats. This weakens them so much that they are slow in recovering their strength, and occasionally fall into a decline, as I consider that this symptom arises from no other cause than from the obstinacy of the disease, the weakness and the impoverished condition of the blood, its inability to assimilate its newly introduced juices, and its consequent efforts to eliminate theine by the way of perspiration, I recommend the patient to take morning and evening 5 or 6 tablespoonfuls of old Malaga wine. This restores the strength of the patient, and as his strength returns, his sweats go off. Thus much concerning the continuous fever of this constitution. From the remarkable stupor which attended it, I called it the comatose fever. Chapter 20. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5, on the measles of the year 1674. L at the beginning of the years 1674. In the month of January, a form of measles set in, which differed from the measles of the years 1669 and 1670. They were equally epidemic but less regular, and adhering less to their proper type. At one time the eruption came too soon, at others too late, whereas in the former species it regularly appeared on the 4th day. Besides this, they first possessed themselves of the shoulders and the trunk in general, whilst the other sort began upon the face and spread gradually over the rest of the body. Either in this species, except very rarely, did I observe those desquamations of the cuticle that looked like fine bran, and which in the other form disappeared after the departure of the eruption, as regularly as they appear at the end of scarlatina. Moreover, the disease was more fatal than its predecessor, killing a greater proportion of such as had been unskillfully treated. The fever and dyspnoea that accompanied the departure of the complaint were more violent and approached closely to pneumonia. However, notwithstanding these anomalies and irregularities in respect to the aforesaid symptoms, the history of the measles of 1670 will serve for those of 1674, at least in respect to the leading phenomena. Hence I shall not repeat it. These last, like the earlier ones, increased up to the vernal equinox, decreased from that time forwards, and disappeared either just before or not long after the summer solstice. 2. The treatment was as before. I refer my reader to the pages where it is recorded in full. I shall here content myself with my usual practice of giving a single case as a sample of my method of dealing with the disease in question. 3. In the month of February 1674, I was sent for to a lady who is a model of all virtues and a pattern for her kind, the Countess of Salisbury. At that time only one of her children was ill, the rest, however, sickened afterwards. There were 5 or 6, and I treated them all alike. I ordered them to keep their bed for 2 or 3 days before the eruption, in order that the blood might follow its natural bent, and eliminate through the pores of the skin the more separable particles that were causing the disease. I allowed neither fire nor bedclothes beyond what they had been used to in health. I forbid meat, permitting only oatmeal porridge, barley broth, and now and then a roasted apple. Their drink was weak small beer, or milk mixed with 3 parts of water. The cough as usual distressed them. For this I ordered a pectoral pison to be taken frequently. Under this treatment they wholly recovered within the usual short duration of the disease, suffering neither during its course nor after its decline from any extraordinary symptom. 4. During the first months of the appearance of this form of measles, there intervened in a sporadic or intercurrent manner a measly fever, febris morbillosa. It exhibited ecchymata of the trunk, especially on the back of the neck and on the shoulders, like the ecchymata of measles. From these, however, they differed in being limited to the parts aforesaid, not distributed generally and equally over the body. But the fever, although evidently of the same sort, was much more serious, lasting to the 14th day and often beyond it. It bore neither bleeding or clisters. On the contrary, it was aggravated by each, whilst it yielded readily to the treatment of measles, as given above. This is what I have to say about measles. Chapter 21. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5. Irregular smallpox of the years 1674, 1675. Algeria as the epidemic measles, which set in at the beginning of the year 1670, introduced a black smallpox, which we have described in its place. So did the measles of the beginning of the present year introduce a species of smallpox of similar character. So similar that we might almost say that the old disease had broken out afresh, rather than that a new one had originated. It has been stated above that with the former species of smallpox, after the lapse of the first 2 years, the pustules grew every day less black, that they also grew gradually larger, and that by the end of 1673 the disease, considering its character, had become mild and moderate. It now returned with all its former violence, and with the same attendance of inauspicious symptoms. The pustules, when they had become confluent, and when the patient had not died before they ripened, were as black as soot. The immature ones were only brown. Moreover, whenever they were numerous, they were also small, whilst, whenever they were few, they were of the usual size and rarely black. In one word, they were closely allied to the pox of 1670, with which, however, they did not wholly coincide. The few points wherein they differed indicated a greater amount of putridity in these last. They also showed that they were of a thicker and less concoctile nature. They began to throw out a bad smell earlier, and this was so bad that when a patient suffered very severely, I could hardly approach him for the feeder. Moreover, they reached their full period more slowly, and hung about the patient longer than any form of smallpox which it has ever been my lot to witness. In the meanwhile, it is worthy to be remarked that just in proportion as the species of smallpox is mild, so do the pustules arrive at maturity the sooner, whilst the disease is brought to a conclusion. Hence, in that regular kind of confluent variola, which set in 1667, it was the 11th day which secta farvi chap sexti year chap. LEIG brought the most danger to life, and when that was past, the patient had rarely much to fear. In the form of variola that immediately succeeded, the day of the greatest danger was the 14th, or at latest the 17th. After getting over these, the patient was safe. I never saw an instance of one dying after the last of the 2 periods. With the present kind of variola, the patient was afflicted till the 20th day, and this he rarely survived. If he did, not only did the ankles swell, as they do commonly enough in confluent smallpox, but the arm swelled as well. So did the shoulders, legs, and other parts of the body. The excessive pain of these tumors was the pain of rheumatism, and these it was that were the forerunners of future mischief. They went on afterwards to suppuration and terminated in the formation of vast sinuses and abscesses of the muscular parts, the patient remaining with his life in danger for many days after the disappearance of the pustules. From these facts, I have formed a clear opinion concerning the degrees of the 3 epidemics of the 3 constitutions. The last was the worst, and that both in respect to its greater putridity and in respect to the more difficult concoctability of the morbific matter. 3. Now the kind of smallpox which I am now considering is, in my mind, a new sort, and one which arises out of the previous species in its declining form, however much the black smallpox, which first showed itself in the beginning of the year 1670, was in accordance with the particular epidemic disposition of the atmosphere which produced it, and however much it both reached and passed its height, it, nevertheless, like a disease wherein the fresh fermentation of the original matter had caused a relapse, was renewed, took strength, revived, and grew young again, the air having become again disposed to the production of smallpox, and having, as it were, fetched it afresh from its old stores, and just in proportion as the matter from which the new disease was generated was thicker and more feculent than the matter which gave origin to the previous one, so was the pox itself irregular, and so did it savor of an intense putrefaction. To make this clear, we must consider not that any particular diathesis is to be assumed from the atmosphere itself, by which, whilst we have one epidemic propagated in one place, we may have another wholly different elsewhere, and at no great distance. If such were the case, every movement of wind would, as it sometimes does, invariably diffuse a constitution, but that each particular tract of the atmosphere ones filled with the effluvia of some mineral fermentation, that these contaminate the air through which they pass by their particles, that these particles are differently destructive to different animals, and that they propagate diseases appropriate to the different affections of the soil, until the whole mine of such subterraneous vapors be exhausted. This, again, as in the instance aforesaid, may be brought to a fresh fermentation from the relics of the imperfectly exhausted matter. 4. With me, however, who do not venture to speculate beyond what I am taught by the facts themselves, it is immaterial whether this or any other hypothesis best explain the phenomena. Of one thing I am certain, viz., that the smallpox which I have already considered is exceedingly like the smallpox of the preceding constitution, except in the single fact of its grosser nature, and more intense putrefaction. Furthermore, from these two causes, whenever it was exceedingly confluent, it destroyed more than any other species which it has been my lot to observe. Indeed, if my opinion on the matter be of any value, I may venture to affirm that in regard to the number of patients that on it attacked, it was on a level with the plague itself. Yet when the pustules were distinct, the malady was no worse than any other, and besides this exhibited a favorable character in the size of the pustules, 1, the color of them, and in all other circumstances, 5. Respecting the treatment, I have for many years wondered at the unequivocally contradictory nature of the indications suggested by this disease. On the one side, we see as clearly as the sun at noon that fevers, frenzies, crimson spots, and all those other symptoms to which this disease is preeminently liable, symptoms which depend upon an excess of inflammation, are produced offhand. On the other, there are the dangers of an overcool regimen, and there are also the tendencies to obstruct the swelling of the hands, a matter of transcendent importance, and to render the pustules more flaccid. After considering long and steadily these difficulties, and after having made myself much anxiety on account of them, I discovered that there is a way of obviating both difficulties at once, smallpox. 2210, by allowing the use of boiled milk and water, thin small beer, or some other mildly generous drink, I had still the power of controlling the internal orgasm of the blood, whilst, on the other hand, by keeping the patient strictly to his bed and forbidding him to expose even so much as his arm, I was provided with a bland and genial heat which promoted the elevation of the pustules and the swelling of the hands and face. These methods are by no means inconsistent with each other, the doctrine being that, after the completion of the eruption, the blood throws out the inflamed particles upon the surface of the body, and, so doing, is in no need of any further stimulus to any further secretion. Hence the whole matter turns upon the maturation of the abscesses upon the surface, a fact which leaves us only two considerations. On the part of the blood, we have to guard it against the hot vapors that might arise from the retrocession of the matter of the pustuliferous flesh. On the part of the pustules, we must look to supplying them with the bland warmth proper for tea-air maturation. 6. Now, however much the plan which I have described above succeeded in the confluent smallpox of the preceding constitution, in the disease of the present one it disappointed me. Indeed, in the present form of the malady, the majority of those who had it badly died, and that whether they were treated by me as before, or by means of hot cordials. This suggested to me the notion that what was now wanted was something over and above the mere security against excessive ebullition of the blood, and over and above the mere method ensuring the elevation of the pustules and the swelling of the hands and feet. What characterized the irregular smallpox was an intense degree of putrefaction, and what was wanted as a remedy were means of checking it. Now spirits of vitriol came in mind under the two requisite conditions. They would allay the heat, and they would check the putrescency. On this principle I left the patient to himself until the pain and vomiting which precede the eruption had subsided, and until the eruption itself had broken out in full. Then, on the 5th or 6th day, I allowed him, as his ordinary drink, thin small beer, just acidus secta 3, chap 2, section 50, IG light with the aforesaid spirits. This he was to take ad libitum always, and more freely still, as the fever of maturation was at hand. This drink I ordered to be used every day, until he became fully convalescent. 7. This spirit looks like a real specific to the disease, so miraculously does it check all its symptoms. The face swelled both higher and earlier. The inner spaces between the pustules were of a better red and more of the color of the damask rose. The smaller pustules enlarged themselves to the utmost size that the ailment admitted. Some which would otherwise have been black showed a true yellow and honey-like matter. The face, instead of being black, was a deep yellow, and lastly, the pox ripened sooner and got through all their stages a day or two before their usual time. But for all this to happen, the H-core had to be taken freely. Hence, whenever I found the patient refused to take the proper quantity in the aforesaid form, I gave it him with a little syrup in a spoon, or else with a little syrup and distilled water. This was to make up for the insufficient amount of the liquor in its proper form. 8. I have enumerated the various merits of this medicine. Of mischief arising from its use, no signs. I've hitherto seen no signs, although it may check the salivation about the 10th or 11th day, in place of which dejections will take place, and that about the same time. The latter will endanger the patient much less than the former. I have already said that sufferers from the confluent smallpox are jeopardized chiefly through the circumstance of the saliva becoming, at the time in question, so viscid as to choke the fauces. Now this symptom is relieved by a diarrhea, whilst the diarrhea itself will either stop of its own accord, or at least as soon as the danger from the pox is over, be checked by a little milk and water, taken along with a narcotic. Now the sick during this treatment keeps his bed, and he even keeps his arms under the bedclothes. Nevertheless, I do not allow more blankets than usual. Furthermore, I allow him to turn and move himself to different parts of the bed, and that for the sake of keeping off such overperspirations as, notwithstanding the remedy, I's inclined to. His diet is barley broth and oatmeal gruel, with now and then a roasted apple. During the last days of the sickness, if the stomach grew weak or the strength wane, I indulge him with 3 or 4 spoonfuls of canary wine. Every evening, too, from the 5th or 6th day onwards, I prescribe, except in the case of infants, a paregoric to be taken early. This is 14 drops of liquid laudanum in cowslip flower water, 10 of. On the 14th day, I allow the patient to get out of bed, and on the 21st, I take care to bleed from the arm. I then exhibit a purge and repeat it once or twice. The color of the face now begins to improve, which is not the case where the disease has been severely afflicting. Furthermore, the method in question prevents the scarring, which so frequently disfigures the features, and which arises from the erosion of the skin by the hot acrid humors. 11. On the 26th of July, 1675, a nobleman, and a friend of my own, Lord Eliot, one of the grooms of the bedchamber, entrusted to my care one of his servants, who was on the eve of an attack of the confluent smallpox. He was about 18 years of age, of an exceedingly sanguine temperament, and had brought on his disease by a recent fit of extreme drunkenness. The pustules were confluent, and in a thicker crop than I had ever before seen them, so much so that there was scarcely a perceptible space between them. So much, in this case, did I trust to the energies of the medicine in question, that I forbore bleeding, although sent for at a time when I was free to employ it. Nay, more, I ought to have done so, since it was from an overdraught of wine that the ailment had been evoked. However, after the completion of the eruption, and on the 5th or 6th day, I ordered some spirits of vitriol to be dropped into a jug of small beer, and allowed him the same, to be taken as freely as he chose, for his ordinary drink. On the 8th day he had such a bleeding at the nose, that his nurse was frightened, and ordered me to be sent for in a hurry. I came, found that the bleeding arose from an immoderate overflow of blood, and ordered him to go on with his drink. The bleeding was stayed at once. Salvation then set in freely. The hands and face swelled, the pustules filled and increased, and the disease proceeded favorably, except that towards the end there was the interruption of a few slimy and bloody motions. And even these, perhaps, would not have occurred had I opened the vein as I might have done. Nevertheless, I attacked this dysentery with neither more nor less than the common narcotic draught that I should have used in a common case, had no such symptom intervened. This was to be taken every night until the pustules disappeared. Then I bled freely from the arm, and after drinking abundantly of milk and water, he suddenly recovered. 12, about the same time, one of my neighbors, Mr. Clench, entrusted me with the cure of 2 of his children. One was 4 years old, the other unweaned, and under 6 months. In each case, the pustules were very small, very confluent, like erysipelas and of the sort called black. Notwithstanding the tender years of the 2, especially of the suckling, I gave them some drops of spirits of vitriol in their drink. They took it kindly and recovered without any bad symptoms. My dear friend, Dr. Mapletoft, who attended them with me, found the elder convalescent, but the younger still sick one his cradle, 13. I must observe, however, that as the smallpox of this constitution was so far from being necessarily confluent, that it was generally benign, so there was not often occasion for the above-mentioned remedy. LT was sufficient to treat Annette according to the method for the distinct smallpox. This I have already described. 14. Courteous reader, you have now heard all that I have had to say about smallpox. I know the temper of the times too well to suppose that there will be wanting men who will disparage what I have taught. Nevertheless, it is the fruit of much care, labor, and industry. Neither would I have published it, had I not thought more of the charity due to my neighbor than of my own private reputation. This will be endangered by the novelty of my doctrine. Yet there is no good reason why a new method should not be applied to a new disease, inasmuch as, unless we distort a single passage by a forced interpretation, smallpox is mentioned neither by Hippocrates nor Galen. As to the treatment instituted by modern physicians, and not instituted by those two great luminaries of medicine, it is neglected by some as justly as it is valued by others. 15. By a parity of reasoning, I have changed the treatment of the fevers that depend upon the variolous constitution. If the smallpox be new, the fevers that it determines must be new also. I think it not overbold to believe that smallpox in the time of the ancients was non-existent in rerum natura. Had it been as common in the days of Hippocrates as it is now, so unrivaled an historian of disease would undoubtedly have left us as genuine and simple a description of it as he has done of other diseases. 16. For these reasons, I may be allowed to think that diseases have certain periods for their remarkable and hitherto undiscovered changes which take place in the very bowels of the earth according to its age and duration. Moreover, just as other diseases have existed long ago, yet have already either wholly been extinguished or else have become well nigh worn out from age, leprosy, for instance, and probably others, so shall those diseases which now prevail, some time or other, sooner or later, become extinct, and in their extinction give way to new species, the natures whereof are beyond even our conjectures. This may be the truth, whatever may be the notions of the short-lived mortals who are born today and perish tomorrow. Nor are the accounts which even the most ancient authors that have written on disease of a much longer date, provided that they be compared with the duration of the world at large. Chapter 22. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5. The epidemic coughs of the year 1675, with the pleurisy and parapneumony that supervened. 1. In the year 1675, warm and mild weather, indeed summer weather, lasted longer than usual, even to the end of October. However, it was succeeded by weather very different, viz., sudden cold and moisture. Then it was that coughs prevailed in greater number than at any other time within my remembrance. No one escaped them, whatever might be his age or temperament, and they ran through whole families at once. Nor were they only remarkable for their frequency, this being the case every winter. They were remarkable on account of the accidental dangers which they brought upon those they affected, constitution of both the present time, and the whole of the previous autumn exerted itself to the utmost in the production of the epidemic fever already described. And besides this, there was no other epidemic disease by the antagonism whereof the activity of the present one might be traversed in even the least degree. Hence the coughs paved the way to fever and passed without difficulty into it. Meanwhile, just as the coughs helped the constitution in producing the fever, so also was the fever determined by the cough to the lungs and pleura. These it attacked just as a week before it had attacked the head. This sudden change inclined the unthinking to consider the fever as either an essential pleurisy or an essential parapneumony. Yet it was neither more nor less than what it had been throughout. Now, as before, it attacked with pain in the head, back, and limbs, and this was the symptom of the fever of the constitution. Doubtless, the febrile matter fell heavily on the lungs and pleura, but this was the stimulus of the cough. That the fever, however, was the fever that committed all the previous havoc is proved by the effects of the remedies. Both forms yielded to the same. Bad as might be the stitch of the side, or the difficulty of breathing, and pleuritic as might be the character of the blood, The treatment was the treatment which squared with pleuritic fever, and not the treatment which squared with true pleurisy. This will be seen in the sequel. Then, as to the season, primary and essential pleurisy is a disease that comes between the spring and the summer and links the two divisions of the year. The secondary pleurisy in question was born under another star, and was nothing beyond the symptom of the proper fever of the year, and an accidental offspring of the cough that accompanied it. 3. Chaotic order, that I may proceed to the method which has been dictated by experience for the treatment of the coughs of this year, and of other years where the cause is the same. I must start with a remark upon those effluvia which are usually got rid of by the means of insensible perspiration. Now these may be checked by the effects of cold, for cold contracts the pores of the skin and throws the transpiration inwards. So thrown in, it falls upon the lungs. These it irritates, and hence cough is speedily excited. Furthermore, when the hot and recurrentitious exhalations of the blood are prevented from escaping from the skin, fever is lit up, for so great may be such abundance of these same vapors that the lungs may be insufficient for their elimination. Or the natural heat may be increased by the adventitious heat of either the regimen or the remedies, so that fuel may be added to the flame, and the patient, who was already inclined towards fever, may be thrown into it at once. Now, whatever may be the character of the stationary fever which rages during the year in question, the same will be the character of this secondary fever that originates in the cough. Dependent upon this cough, it may present certain peculiar symptoms. Its general character, however, will be that of the family into which it is adopted. Now, it is clear that whatever may be the origin of the cough, it is not the cough alone that must be attended to. The fever must be looked to as well. For, on this principle, I treated my patients as follows. If the cough had not yet brought in the usually concomitant fever, I was satisfied with forbidding animal food and fermented liquors. I recommended moderate exercise, fresh air, and occasional draughts of a cooling pectoral peasant. This was sufficient for checking the cough and anticipating the fever. The abstinence from meat and wine and the refrigerant draught tempered the blood and made it less ready for the febrile on impressions, whilst the exercise opened the pores of the skin and supplied the natural and genuine passage for the exhalations. These were dispersed, and the patient was the better for their dispersion. 5. As to the allaying of the cough, the application of narcotics and anodynes was not wholly safe, and just as dangerous was the use of spirituous liquors and hot cordials. Both modes acted alike. They entangled and hardened the matter of the cough, so that those exhalations which, by departing quietly and gradually from the blood, should vanish into the atmosphere at large, were now denied exit, corked up in the mass of the blood, and became thereby sources of fever. This was most frequently the case with such of the common people as thought, by means of burnt brandy and other hot liquors, to check the cough. Instead of this, they bewrought on pleurisy and parapneumonies, and by their unwise wisdom transformed a disease, which in and of itself was unimportant and curable, into a disease both dangerous and deadly. Just as insensible, although with a greater show of sense, were they who would force a sweat, and so think to exterminate the cause of the disease. Nevertheless, it must be owned that spontaneous sweats often did good more indeed than oils. These, however, are very different things from forced ones. The latter can only be extorted by incensing the blood and by endangering the patient that we would save. 6. Sometimes, however, there supervene upon the cough the following symptoms: a succession of chill and flushes, pains in the head, back, and limbs, an occasional tendency to sweats, especially night sweats. Sometimes the addition of pain in the side. Sometimes a constriction and tightness at the chest. And, as the result of this last, difficulty of breathing, tightness in the cough, and violent fever. Now all of this might happen, not only after the disease had been badly treated, but spontaneously. And this was really the case, more especially with infants and children. Sometimes it began immediately, sometimes a day or two after the cough had left. 7. As far as very careful observation has informed me, the best treatment for the fever and its worst symptoms were bleeding at the arm, a blister to the nape of the neck, and a daily clyster. The patient, meanwhile, was ordered to be out of bed a few hours every day, to abstain from animal food, and to take as his drink small beer, milk, and water, or a cooling lenitive peason, as the case might be. If, by the end of 2 or 3 days, the stitch in the side were not removed, I repeated the bleeding and went on with the clysters. In respect to these last, I must remark that in this fever, as in others, when, by their use, the neck of the disease has been broken and its edge taken off, they should not be too continuously repeated, especially in the case of women who are hysterical or men who are hypochondriacs. The blood and humors of such patients are endowed with great mobility. A little makes them boil and ferment. This disturbs the economy, and febrile symptoms, extended beyond their due time, harass the patient. 8. To return to our subject. By this method, we allow time to the disease, and this time allows the blood to throw off, by degrees, those hot particles which had fixed themselves upon the lungs and pleura. Hence, all the symptoms will quietly disappear. If, on the other hand, you attack the disease fiercely and with a hostile hand, waging war against it with a whole armament of remedies, you will either lose your patient, or else have to redeem his life by bleeding him beyond both the genius of the disease and the bounds of safety. I say the genius of the disease, because in the true pleurisy, repeated venisections are right and proper, and, provided that overheating remedies and regimen have not stood in the way, cure the complaint single-handed, whereas with the symptom in question, it is quite sufficient to bleed once only, twice at most, provided always that the patient be allowed to leave his bed and use cool drinks. There is no need to bleed oftener unless the fever be increased by heat from without. Even then, a repetition is not always safe. 9. I will now take occasion to say a few words concerning a very current opinion, viz., that in some years pleurisy one's found so malignant as not to bear its usual bleedings. My own doctrine is that the true and essential pleurisy, which, as will be stated hereafter, runs rife under all constitutions of all years, will tolerate a repetition of venisections. When, however, it happens, as it sometimes does, that the proper epidemic fever of the year from some sudden alteration in the manifest qualities of the atmosphere deposits the morbific matter of the lungs or pleura, the fever remaining nevertheless the same. In such a case, I say that, although venesection may be allowed in an extreme form of the symptom in question, the general rule must be that the bleeding be apportioned to the fever that generates the symptom, rather than to the symptom itself. Hence, if the fever require bloodletting, the pleuritic symptom will require it also. If not, bleeding will be either unnecessary or mischievous, since it is with the fever that the pleurisy either stands or falls. In my mind, this was the case with the symptomatic pleurisy accompanying the fever that prevailed at the time when the coughs came in, viz., the winter of 1675, and here I must again remark that, in the treatment of fevers, the physician who does not keep continually before his eyes the constitution of the year, the extent to which it favors the epidemic production of this or that disease, and the power it has of twisting to its own proper shape and likeness all the other concurrent diseases of the time, wanders wildly in a maze without a clue. 10. In the November of the aforesaid year, I attended Mr. Thomas Wyndham, the eldest son of Sir Francis Wyndham, Knight. The patient was sick of the fever in question, and complained of pain in the side, and the other symptoms of the malady. I bled once, and no oftener blistered the nape of the neck, threw up daily clysters ordered one day, tisane and refrigerant emulsions, another milk and water, sometimes thin small beer, and recommended him to be out of bed a few hours every day. This set him up within a few days, and after a free purge, he was thoroughly cured. 1L, I must remark that, although these symptoms, which were wont to supervene upon the cough, were nearly those that did so much mischief during the winter in question, the cough itself, single and unaccompanied, was at the same time particularly predominant. In treating this, there was occasion for neither bleeding nor clysters, provided that the fever was not increased by eating diet. It was sufficient to recommend fresh air and to forbid meat and wine. Furthermore, I ordered the following lozenges, the best I know for checking such coughs as arise from cold: K sugar candy, Palbicis, Boil in the sufficiency of pump water until it stick to the ends of the fingers. Then add licorice powder, elecampane, aniseed, angelica seed, A38, orris powder, flowers of brimstone, AA3IG, essential oil of anise 91, fiat tabella SR. These the patient should always have about it, and take frequently. 12. Before I take leave of my subject, I must anticipate an objection which I foresee may be made against some of my remarks on epidemic diseases. It may be said that I do not sufficiently deal with the malignity so inherent to many of the maladies in question. Now I am not the man to either be able or willing to uproot the received opinion of learned men concerning this same malignity. It stands proof by too many facts. My own practice is that of the most learned scaliger non-mahi, sed ratione, occurritio esse videtur, milito, securus quid mordicus hic tene orhic. My view of malignity is as follows. 13. I consider that all forms of malignity that occur in epidemic diseases, be its specific nature what it may, consist and terminate in the excessive heat and spirituousness of the overstrained humors of the human blood, which are, more or less, adverse to nature, since it one's only humors of this sort that are competent to produce the sudden changes of those diseases which are called malignant. I believe, too, that these act chiefly by a process of assimilation, for it is a law of nature that every active principle busies itself in the further procreation of something similar to itself, and deflects and accommodates to its own character whatsoever may be an obstacle in its way. Thus fire generates fire, and the victims of malignant diseases infect their fellows. This they do by the emission of those spirits which infect the humors, assimilate them to themselves, and draw them into a participation of their own nature. 14. With these premises, it would seem to follow that the first thing to be done is to procure the elimination of these particles by sweatings, by which means the disease will be extirpated at once. Against this, however, we have the voice of experience, whereby we are told that this cannot be done in each and every case of malignity, indifferently. However much it may be the case that, in the plague, the pestilential particles are of such excessive subtlety and are so thoroughly seated in the spirituous parts of the blood, and are for such reasons so capable of dissipation as to be ejected from the body by the excitation, rather than by the interruption of a diaphoresis. In other fevers there is a different condition of the assimilating particles. There, they are at a less degree of subtlety, less incorporated with the finer humors, and less adapted for being dissipated by sweats. In some cases, indeed, they are like Eli to be increased by them, since, just in proportion as such hot and spirituous particles are actuated by heating and spirituous remedies, their power of assimilation takes intensity, and just in proportion as those humors upon which they work become inflamed, the tendency to assimilate is increased, and the liability to impressions is facilitated. Meanwhile, reason tells us that those medicines which are of a contrary nature to that of the hot particles in question are not only competent to check their violence, but also to condense and strengthen those humors which should thereby bear, or even break, the impetus of such morbific spirits. And herein I can call on the evidence of experience, since I have learned that both the purple spots of fever and the black pustules of smallpox have taken intensity all the more readily from the patient having been heated. The same symptoms decrease in proportion as the regimen is, as it ought to be, cool and moderate. 15. Now, if anyone asks me how it is that, since malignity consists in the presence of hot and spirituous particles, it often happens that even in diseases of the greatest malignity, so few signs of fever are discovered, my answer to his question is as follows. First, that even in the plague, the chief and most remarkable sample of malignity, it is clear that the morbific particles, especially at the commencement of their prevalence, are so immeasurably subtile and sharp that they pervade the blood like a blast, and from the animal spirits being, as it were, starstruck, they fail in raising the blood to any ebullition at all, hence the sick man dies without fever. 16. As to that smaller degree of malignity which is found in other epidemics, the febrile symptoms are rendered inconspicuous by the confusion in the blood and humors, excited by hostile particles shut up within their bosom. This oppresses nature so that she is unable to exert those more regular symptoms which should be natural to the disease, and the phenomena, that appear at all appear as anomalies arising from an economy which has been pulled down and wholly upset. This depresses the fever which, under a true guidance of nature, would otherwise have existed. At times, there occur fewer signs of fever than the genius of the disease indicate. This arises from the metastasis of the malignant humor and from its transfer to either the nerves or to some other part of the body. During the turgescence of the matter that determines the disease, this metastasis may take place to even those humors that lie beyond the limits of the blood. 17. Be this as it may, I cannot even guess at any other method for meeting this malignity beyond that which is proper for the epidemic that originates it. Hence, whether the epidemic belonged to that sort where the febrile matter requires sweatings for its concoction, in the first instance, and sweating for its dissipation, in the second, or whether it be of that other, kind that of itself finds a way out for itself by interruption, or finally of that third species which waits for the help of art for the opening of an outlet. In each and all of these forms, the malignity, which wants the accompaniment of the disease, will stand or fall with the disease, take its turns along with the disease, and recede at the same pace with the disease. Consequently, whatever be the evacuations which will do our work with the fever, they will do it with the malignity also, no matter how opposite to one another they may be in themselves. So that, for the malignity of the autumnal intermittents, and of the continued fever that went with them, the cure was the diaphoresis that follows either concoction or the effects of concoction, whilst for the malignity of smallpox, the cure was the seasonable maturation of little abscesses, and so on throughout. The species of malignity peculiar to each malady is best met by the method which best meets the peculiar disease to which such malignity appertains, be this what it may. Common sense tells us this. Experience does the same. All else is shadow more than substance. Chapter 23. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5. The Recapitulation Warrantory. Axioa, now we have shown that period of years wherein the preceding observations are included has produced in all 5 sorts of constitutions, or 5 peculiar dispositions of the atmosphere, and as many peculiar species of epidemics, fevers. However, it is only the first of these 5, the fever which was rife and common at the time when the autumnal intermittents held their sway, wherein, to my mind, nature so moderated all the symptoms as to dispose the febrile matter by a proper preparation, though a regular coction, for its proper outlet, either by the way of due diaphoresis, or a free transpiration, gemvokfe. For this reason I call it the depuratory fever. Indeed, I am easily brought to believe that this is the principal and standard fever of nature, both on account of the regularity of the method which it employs in promoting the morbific matter, digesting it at its assigned time, and from the fact of it being of all fevers the commonest one respect to its occurrence. 9. It is highly probable that intermittent fevers spread themselves as epidemics oftener than any others. At least, so runs the evidence of the numerous authors who have written numerous works upon the frequency of their appearance in times past. Why they have shown themselves so rarely since the breaking out of the Great Plague is more than I can tell, unless it be that the pestilential fever in question was the leader and forerunner to all the inflammatory fevers which have since set. 1. Now, either I am mistaken, or the same primary fever is the fever to we Hippocrates dedicated his admirable and necessary axioms. And it is this same primary fever upon which the other great physicians of antiquity have commented. These are the teachers who tell us how to regulate it, and that in such a manner that the febrile matter shall be prepared for its due crisis in the way of sweats. Indeed, I do not see how the aforesaid aphorisms are applicable to the subsequent forms of fever. Their character is wholly different, their treatment different also. They are rarely cured by the method which, properly applied and fairly carried out, cures the fever in question. Be this as it may, one thing is certain, viz., that whilst the fever which ran parallel to the intermittents easily became converted into an intermittent, either from simple continuance or from excessive evacuations, the fevers of the years that came next, long as they might harass the patient, rarely became such This is a clear proof that the character of the continued and the intermittent fever is either identical or similar. 3. Now, if anyone asks how he is to fish out the species of a continued fever by means of the signs that I have given in the preceding descriptions of fevers, considering that, generally speaking, they are, each and all, involved in the symptoms common to all fevers alike, these being heat, thirst, restlessness, and I reply that the operation, although difficult, is not impossible. Let him accurately weigh all the circumstances which I have set down in the foregoing history, and let him choose for his field of observation some large and populous place. Suppose a physician called into one who is thus sick, either from his own observation or from the evidence of his brethren in medicine, he is sure of having one fact to rest upon. He may ascertain what other diseases, besides the fevers that he has in hand, are common, and what is their genus as epidemics. This being known, he easily tells the genus of the one particular specimen, for he knows the leading epidemic, and he knows there is but one family for the two. However much it may be the case that a fever shows itself only in those symptoms which are common to fevers in general, other epidemics will speak out more openly as to their proper natures and their real characters. As to the obscurity that may invest a fever, nothing conduces to it more than the confused and attactive character which it may put on under a treatment foreign to its genus. For instance, a man who has seen a case of smallpox, provided that he thoroughly know the history of the disease, will easily guess either from the day on which the pustules break out or from their size and color to what particular sort of smallpox they are to be referred. And when he has once ascertained what such species of smallpox really is, which at such time and place prevails, he will have a clear notion as to the character of the fever similarly prevalent. Indeed, if I could take credit for what I do not profess, an absolute knowledge of the history of diseases, I could from the knowledge of the epidemic determined, without seeing a case, the nature of the fever, and similarly from the nature of the fever, I could predicate common disease, stating whether it were smallpox, measles, dysentery, and some peculiar sort of these diseases attend each constitution, even as some peculiar fever does. 5 feet. In the second place, over and above the evidence which is supplied by the concurrent prevalence of epidemics, each individual fever has certain particular symptoms of its own that lend us light in detecting its nature. However much, as stated above, certain symptoms are common to the class of fevers at large, others exist as definite marks of distinction, stamped by nature upon each several species. Subtle and refined as these may be, they are still within the view of the truly cautious investigator and of the inquirer who carefully weighs and ponders over the minutest details. Amongst these distinctive signs, I have always given the first place to the state of the skin at a given stage of the disease, provided always that no incongruous treatment have deflected the malady from its proper method. This is clear throughout the epidemics embraced in the present observations. 6. For example, in those fevers which raged during the decline of the autumnal intermittents, the skin of the patient kept dry, and there were no signs of perspiration before the concoction of the febrile matter, an event that generally occurred on the 14th day. Nay, more. Sweat could not be procured artificially without great danger to the sick man, who from such forced diaphoresis was exposed to frenzies and other such deadly symptoms. In the pestilential fever which followed that of the emittents, and which led the way with the inflammatory ones, there was no spontaneous sweating at all. Sudorifies, however, would bring it on, and that during even the first days of the disease, and to the great relief of all the symptoms. Then, as to the fever of the regular smallpox, the patient sweated profusely from the first. If, however, he encouraged such sweating, his symptoms, instead of improving, became worse. In the two fevers that accompanied the dysentery and the anomalous smallpox, the sweats were also anomalous, those of the first of the two being somewhat more copious than those of the second. Neither, however, benefited the patient, being excited by the confused motion of the particles, rather than being the results of a previous concoction. 7 LT seems to me a difficult thing to ascertain the species of a new sort of fever. At the turn of a constitution, and before anyone has a sample of it, before too, we can observe what kind of epidemics are to come. since the fever, for the most part, takes the start of them. It would be a tedious matter to enumerate the points which occurred in the years of which I have treated, and from which it would appear that even one this case we are supplied by nature with various palpable hints. Yet it is from a scrupulous and exact observation of all such circumstances that such knowledge necessarily depends. 8. Now, however high we may put the difficulty, even if we rank it amongst the impossibilities of accurately distinguishing the character of a new fever immediately upon its appearance, we may still take indications as to the treatment from the Juventia and Laudentia. By watching these, we may feel our way, so that, provided that we are slow enough, we can save the patent. There is nothing more destructive than precipitancy, which has destroyed more lives of fever patients than any other cause. 9. This is within a little the result of my observations hitherto. At least this is what I have been able to reduce to rule. I have treated of the different species of the epidemics, and also of the order in which they have occurred from 1661 to 1675. At the present time, the smallpox and the continued fever have prevailed for nearly 2 years. However, they have become milder and seem to be wearing themselves out. What diseases will come next in turn, he only knoweth who knoweth all things. Speech on Ve, Chapter 24. The Works of Thomas Sydenham, Volume 1, Section 5, Intercurrent Fevers, 1. 2 observations upon the years, which I have described in the preceding part of my work, are conclusive as to the propriety of the term stationary fever, at least as applied to some kinds of that disease. These are the forms which depend upon some particular, but hitherto undiscovered, condition of the constitution of the particular year, which first set in, then rage up to a certain point, and finally preponderate over others throughout the continuous series of their own proper years. Whether there be other species besides those enumerated, or whether within a certain cycle of years they succeed each other in a certain and constant order of succession, has yet to be ascertained. There are, however, other continued fevers, which, although they may spread their mischief in different degrees at different periods, may within one and the same year be intermixed with the stationary kinds, or even with each other, and that indifferently. For this reason I determined to call them, and for current, so that whatever I have learned concerning either their nature or their treatment will appear in what follows. They are scarlatina, pleurisy, bastard, parapneumony, rheumatism, erysipelatous fever, angina, with the addition perhaps of a few more. Now each and all of these diseases are accompanied by fever, either wholly or up to a certain point, viz., until the elimination of the febrile matter has taken place. This varies with the disease. Sometimes it discharges itself in one part, sometimes in another. Hence I have no hesitation in considering the fever itself as the primary disease, and that all those other affections, from the character of which the diseases respectively take their names, are symptoms referable to one of 2 things, to either peculiar character of the crisis, or to the part to which the disease attaches itself. Nevertheless, provided that we can agree about the facts, the name may be left to itself. I hold myself free to describe the disease under the one name as well as the other. 9. It must be remarked that, just as those stationary fevers concerning which I have already written, take more or less of an epidemic character according to the constitution of the years, and according to the degree in which the mysterious and inexplicable conditions of the atmosphere influence them, so do these intercurrent fevers take an epidemic character also. Not to the same extent with the others, but still they take one. However much they may, in certain cases, originate in some particular anomaly of some particular bodies, whereby, in some manner or other, the blood and humors take a taint, they still at times are indirectly due to some general atmospheric influence. This it is which acts upon the human body by certain of its sensible qualities, and this it is which disposes it towards the generation of such and such forms of discrecy in the blood. These being the immediate causes of the fevers in question. For instance, when the frost lasts too long, and when winter, often encroaching upon spring, is followed by a sudden change from hot to cold, pleurisy, angins, and similar diseases set in, and this they do, irrespective of the general constitution of the year. Now, since they occasionally become epidemic, just as much as the epidemics of the true sort, I shall keep the two kinds separate by calling those which, instead of being determined by a certain series of years, are common to all years alike, fevers of the intercurrent species. Much as these two forms may differ from one another in respect to their origin and atmospheric influences, they agree in respect to several of their external and predisposing causes, laying contagion out of the account, which occasionally gives origin to the stationary form of fever, and laying also out of the account intemperance, which is the mother of both forms. The commonest external and evident cause of most fevers is either premature change of dress or exposure to cold after exercise. This closes the pores suddenly and causes the retention of those exhalations which escape through the breathing holes of the skin, so that those forms of fever are kindled in the blood, which the general constitution of the atmosphere or the particular febrile discrecy particularly potentially determines. For my own part, I think that more die from this than from plague, war, and hunger put together. Let a medical man only inquire carefully as to the origin of an acute disease. 9 times out of 10, he will hear that the patient has either changed his usual warm dress for a cold one, or exposed his body to sudden cold after he has heated it by exercise. For this reason, I invariably recommend my friends never to change any part of their dress to which they have grown accustomed until a month before the summer solstice, and for the same reason. I press upon them with equal energy the necessity of carefully avoiding cold when heated by exercise. 9. Here I must carefully remark that although most, if not all, of the diseases which I here call intercurrent, the real and essential diseases, there are several affections resembling them in their symptoms, and bearing the same names, which are neither more nor less than mere symptoms superadded to the stationary fevers. With these, we must follow a different method from the one appropriated to an essential disease, viz., the treatment of the particular fever present, or the fever whereof these are the symptoms themselves being but lightly treated. As a general rule, we must look to the constitution of the year and see what is the best way of subduing it, whether by venesection or sudorifies or by any other method. Act haphazard in this respect, and you blunder to the jeopardy of your patient. Now, if anyone object that these very affections which I call essential are, nevertheless, nothing more than symptoms, I answer, that they may, perhaps, be symptoms in respect to the fever to which they particularly appertain, but that they are at least symptoms of those fevers which invariably and necessarily produce them. For instance, the fever of essential pleurisy is of the sort which always falls upon the pleurids, and the fever of quinsy one which always falls upon the fauces. So on with the rest, whereas when any of the above-named affections supervene upon a fever which is referable to a peculiar constitution of the year, depending upon this, the connection is an accident, and by no means a matter of necessity. This is a broad line of demarcation between the two, 16.6. In order to duly distinguish more clearly between the essential and symptomatic diseases, the best way we can do is to remember that whatever may be the symptoms which accompany the access of any stationary fever, they are exactly those which follow the attacks of pleurisy or angina as long as they are residents only of such a fever. This could be clearly seen in the symptomatic pleurisy above mentioned, or the pleurisy which in 1675 supervened upon the fever of the previous winter. All that suffered first in the head, back, and limbs, these being the symptoms which were most constant to the non-pleuritic fevers which preceded, and which characterized them to their close. On the other hand, whenever any of these intercurrent diseases is essential, it comes on in the same manner in all years, having nothing in common with the prevailing stationary fever of the period. Furthermore, just in proportion as there is no admixture of the phenomena of other fevers, their symptoms come out clearer and are less liable to either obscurity or confusion. Again, the time of the year wherein some, not all of the essential intercurrents appear, occasionally suggests the class to which they belong. The diagnosis of these and other diseases comes easiest to him who has, by the most diligent and assiduous observation, so closely investigated their phenomena that he can tell at sight to what genus they belong. And this he can do when the characteristic distinctions are too delicate to be expressed in words to a second person. 7. Now, since the different species of these fevers originate in peculiar inflammations of the blood, different for different diseases, I make my whole practice turn upon its regulation and moderation. I vary my method with the ailment, and apply to the elimination of the morbific matter that treatment which experience has appropriated to each kind of disease. The full and perfect practitioner is he who knows how the febrile matter enters the system, and how it is to be ejected, whether by bleeding, by sweating, or by purging. This is the result of careful consideration to the phenomena of the disease itself and to the phenomena of its therapeutics.